แนทเคยได้ยินคำหนึ่งนะคะที่บอกว่า startup is a marriage สู้ไปด้วยกันนะคะมีปัญหาก็แก้ไขไปด้วยกันนะคะแล้วก็ไม่ย่อท้อเชื่อถือในกันและกันแล้วเราก็จะฝ่าฟันมันไปได้เรื่องของไอเดียด้วยนะ product market fit product ของเราเนี่ยแม้ว่าเป็น product ที่ดีส่วนที่สำคัญเนี่ยคือการที่เราจะ scale มันไปได้ไหมราชาเลิศหัตถศิลป์ค่ะเป็น CEO ของบริษัท Coveted ค่ะ Coveted นะคะเราเป็นระบบบัญชีคาร์บอนฟุตพริ้นท์สำหรับองค์กรนะคะช่วยให้องค์กรเนี่ยสามารถที่จะประเมินคาร์บอนฟุตพริ้นท์ได้ง่ายนะคะแล้วก็ดีคาร์บอนไนซ์ตัวธุรกิจของตัวเองได้นะคะผ่านทางออนไลน์แพลตฟอร์มของเราตื่นเต้นมากเพราะว่าเป็นเวทีที่ค่อนข้าง competitive สูงฟีดแบ็กต่างๆพวกนั้นเนี่ยมันทำให้เราสามารถที่จะนำข้อบกพร่องต่างๆมาพัฒนาเพื่อแก้ไขเป็นเกียรติมากๆที่ได้ชนะเวทีนี้โดยเฉพาะเป็นเวทีที่มีศศิลป์แล้วก็มี SCGC นะคะที่เป็นสปอนเซอร์ให้แล้วก็ความสำเร็จครั้งนี้มันเป็นเหมือนสิ่งที่มาพิสูจน์ได้แล้วว่าธุรกิจเราเนี่ยมันไม่ใช่แค่ฝันแหละ
ยินดีกับน้องซิวาเลตด้วยนะครับอยากเห็นน้องๆในปีหน้ากลับมาในฐานะอัลัมไนของ SCG Bangkok Business Challenge อัศสิน
ขอแสดงความยินดีกับผู้ชนะ SCG Bangkok Business Challenge ปี 2023 ด้วยนะครับขอให้ได้นำธุรกิจนี้ไปสู่เป้าหมายที่ตัวเองต้องการ
ก็ขอแสดงความยินดีกับพวกคุณทุกคนนะครับเราทุกคนเป็นผู้ชนะนะครับเราทุกคนได้เรียนรู้อะไรบางอย่างกลับไปแล้วก็ได้มิตรภาพในหมู่สตาร์ทอัพด้วยกันขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับ
So I'd like to congratulate the winner of the Thailand competition. I know you've worked very, very hard to get here, and this is just the start. So to get your venture really launched and growing, to nurture that seed of success will take even more work and even more effort, but it will be worth it in the end.
SCGC เนี่ยเป็นพาร์ทเนอร์กับเรามาหลายปีมากนะครับช่วยขับเคลื่อน innovation สามารถที่จะ induce ผ่านมหาวิทยาลัยสังคมและนำเสนอผลิตภัณฑ์ที่เป็น innovation ออกมาอย่างต่อเนื่อง
SCGC เราก็รู้สึกยินดีมากที่เราได้มาสนับสนุนโครงการ SCG Bangkok Business Challenge และศศิลป์เนี่ยนะครับเป็นเวลานานกว่า 8 ปีเพื่อให้เราสามารถนำสตาร์ทอัพไทยนะครับไปสู่สเกลที่มัน Impact นะครับ Think big small step to start นะครับ
สติที่คุณมีอาจยังไม่พอเพราะโจรอัปเดตกลโกงไปไกลเราก็ต้องอัปเดตสติให้ทัน
รับซื้อบัญชีมันจะเอาไปทำไมแต่ได้เงินตั้งเยอะเอาก็ได้
อัปเดตสติ
ขายบัญชีให้คนอื่นเสี่ยงผิดกฎหมายเกือบไปแล้วไหมล่ะ
เฮ้ยเงินภาษีคือแล้ววะ
ลิงก์มันดูแปลกๆนะโอ้ย
เฮ้ยไม่ได้ไม่ให้แอปดูดเงินจริงด้วยเจอลิงก์แปลกอย่าคลิก
เฮ้ยน้องร้อนเงินอ่ะพี่ช่วยได้กู้ผ่านแน่นอนแต่ต้องมีค่าดำเนินการด้วยนะ
นายหน้าเถื่อนอย่าหลงเชื่อกู้กับแบงค์ได้เองได้เงินเต็มจำนวน
มันเถื่อนอะไรอ่ะรู้ได้ไง
รู้เพราะอัปเดตสติแล้ว
โจรอัปเดตทุกวันแค่ใช้สติอย่างเดียวไม่พอ ต้องอัปเดตกลโกงใหม่ๆ ด้วยนะ
เกือบติดคุกหัวโตแล้ว
อัปเดตสติป้องกันสตางค์
แนทเคยได้ยินคำหนึ่งนะคะที่บอกว่า startup is a marriage สู้ไปด้วยกันนะคะมีปัญหาก็แก้ไขไปด้วยกันนะคะแล้วก็ไม่ย่อท้อเชื่อถือในกันและกันแล้วเราก็จะฝ่าฟันมันไปได้เรื่องของไอเดียด้วยนะ product market fit product ของเราเนี่ยแม้ว่าเป็น product ที่ดีส่วนที่สำคัญเนี่ยคือการที่เราจะ scale มันไปได้ไหมราชาเลิศหัตถศิลป์ค่ะเป็น CEO ของบริษัท C Wallet ค่ะ C Wallet นะคะเราเป็นระบบบัญชีคาร์บอนฟุตพริ้นท์สำหรับองค์กรนะคะช่วยให้องค์กรเนี่ยสามารถที่จะประเมินคาร์บอนฟุตพริ้นท์ได้ง่ายนะคะแล้วก็ดีคาร์บอนไนซ์ตัวธุรกิจของตัวเองได้นะคะผ่านทางออนไลน์แพลตฟอร์มของเราตื่นเต้นมากเพราะว่าเป็นเวทีที่ค่อนข้าง competitive สูงฟีดแบ็กต่างๆพวกนั้นเนี่ยมันทำให้เราสามารถที่จะนำข้อบกพร่องต่างๆมาพัฒนาเพื่อแก้ไขเป็นเกียรติมากๆที่ได้ชนะเวทีนี้โดยเฉพาะเป็นเวทีที่มีศศิลป์แล้วก็มี SCGC นะคะที่เป็นสปอนเซอร์ให้แล้วก็ความสำเร็จครั้งนี้มันเป็นเหมือนสิ่งที่มาพิสูจน์ได้แล้วว่าธุรกิจเราเนี่ยมันไม่ใช่แค่ฝันแหละ
ยินดีกับน้องซิวาเลตด้วยนะครับอยากเห็นน้องๆในปีหน้ากลับมาในฐานะอลัมไนของ SCG Bangkok Business Challenge at Sasin
ขอแสดงความยินดีกับผู้ชนะ SCG Bangkok Business Challenge ปี 2023 ด้วยนะครับขอให้ได้นำธุรกิจนี้ไปสู่เป้าหมายที่ตัวเองต้องการ
ก็ขอแสดงความยินดีกับพวกคุณทุกคนนะครับเราทุกคนเป็นผู้ชนะนะครับเราทุกคนได้เรียนรู้อะไรบางอย่างกลับไปแล้วก็ได้มิตรภาพในหมู่สตาร์ทอัพด้วยกันขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับ
So I'd like to congratulate the winner of the Thailand competition. I know you've worked very, very hard to get here, and this is just the start. So to get your venture really launched and growing, to nurture that seed of success will take even more work and even more effort, but it will be worth it in the end.
SCGC เนี่ยเป็นพาร์ทเนอร์กับเรามาหลายปีมากนะครับช่วยขับเคลื่อน innovation สามารถที่จะ induce ผ่านมหาวิทยาลัยสังคมและนำเสนอผลิตภัณฑ์ที่เป็น innovation ออกมาอย่างต่อเนื่อง
SCGC เราก็รู้สึกยินดีมากที่เราได้มาสนับสนุนโครงการ SCG Bangkok Business Challenge ในสัสินเนี่ยนะครับเป็นเวลานานกว่า 8 ปีเพื่อให้เราสามารถนำสตาร์ทอัพไทยนะครับไปสู่สเกลที่มัน Impact นะครับ Think big small step to start นะครับ
สติที่คุณมีอาจยังไม่พอเพราะโจรอัปเดตกลโกงไปไกลเราก็ต้องอัปเดตสติให้ทัน
รับซื้อบัญชี มันจะเอาไปทำไม แต่ได้เงินตั้งเยอะ เอาก็ได้
อุ้ย อัปเดตสติ
ขายบัญชีให้คนอื่น เสี่ยงผิดกฎหมาย เกือบไปแล้วไหมล่ะ
เฮ้ยนี่เงินภาษีคือแล้ววะ
ลิงก์มันดูแปลกๆนะโอ้ย
เฮ้ย
เอา
ไม่ได้ ไม่ให้เฮ้ยแอปดูดเงินจริงด้วย เจอลิงก์แปลกอย่าคลิก
เฮ้ยน้อง ร้อนเงินอ่ะ พี่ช่วยได้ กู้ผ่านแน่นอน แต่ต้องมีค่าดำเนินการด้วยนะ
ในหน้าเถื่อนอย่าหลงเชื่อ กู้กับแบงค์ได้เอง ได้เงินเต็มจำนวน
มันเขื่อนอะไรอ่ะ รู้ได้ไง
รู้เพราะอัปเดตสติแล้ว
โจรอัปเดตทุกวัน แค่ใช้สติอย่างเดียวไม่พอ ต้องอัปเดตกลโกงใหม่ๆ ด้วยนะ
เกือบติดคุกหัวโตแล้ว
อัปเดตสติป้องกันสตางค์
Hey, good morning. Good morning, honorable judges. Good morning, participants and audiences both here at Sasin and online. So welcome to the final round of the SCG Bangkok Business Challenge at Sasin 2023, the global round. My name is Trai and I'll be your moderator for today. Okay, so let me just recap what's been going on the last few days and months. So we had 172 submissions from around the world, from 16 countries, 5 continents. And out of these 172 submissions, we selected 19 teams for the semi-finalists. One more team came from the winner of the SCG Bangkok Business Challenge, the Thailand competition. So altogether, we had 20 teams. So a couple of days ago, we had the 60-second pitch for all the 20 teams. Yesterday, these 20 teams were separated into 4 groups. The winner of that group, of the semi-finalists, went straight into the finalists. We had 8 more teams who went into the playoff round. And out of that, 2 were selected to be the finalists. So we have, at the moment, we have today 6 finalists who's going to be competing today for His Majesty's the King Award, as well as a 20,000 US cash prize. So in order of presentation today, the first team will be fact certified from University of Tsukuba, Japan. Second team will be Reborn Plus, Georgia Institute of Technology from the United States of America. Team Washwagon from Nanyang Business School from Singapore. Team Green Acres Processing from Cornell University, United States of America. The 5th team will be the Moonbeam Co., National University of Singapore. And the last team presenting today is Customized Technologies, also from Singapore University of Technology and Design, Singapore. So 3 teams from Singapore, 2 teams from the United States, and 1 team from Japan. Okay, before I introduce our judges, I would like to thank our sponsors, namely SCG Chemicals, who is also our co-host and primary sponsor. Kasikorn Bank, our value sponsor, and also the sponsor for the 60-second pitch. Our contributing partner, Thai Nam Tip, and also our community partners, Singapore Management University Institute of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, and Hello Tomorrow Asia Pacific. Okay, so let me introduce you to our 5 honorable judges. I will start from my left to the right. Okay, so first of all, Dr. Andrew Stotts from A. Stotts Investment Research. Thank you again for coming today. Ms. Shannon Kalyanamit, Chief Executive Officer of 5G Catalyst Technologies Company Limited. Thank you, Shannon. In the middle, we have Paul Ark, Venture Partner, The Radical Fund. Hello, Paul. Ms. Xin-Yi Zhao, Managing Director of Hello Tomorrow Asia Pacific. Welcome, Xin-Yi. And last but not least, Robert Lomnis, Director of Sasin Bangkok Venture Club. Okay, so may I invite our first team, FACT Certified, to come up on stage. While you're doing that, let me remind you the format of the competition today. Okay, so it's 30 minutes altogether. After 5 minutes, it will become fully interactive. All right, and there should be a sign on the board there. You see on your right, fully interactive on the screen there, and then a 3 minutes warning before the end. 3 minutes left and 1 minute left. Okay, and then after 30 minutes, we have this time's up, time over. Okay, how are you feeling? Okay, we better check the mic.
You know? Yeah.
Okay.
Feeling confident.
Good?
Yeah.
Been a tough couple of days for you?
A little bit tiring.
Okay.
But rewarding. We've learned a lot.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. But this is it, huh?
This
This
is
is
it.
the final round. All right. So, everything's okay? You ready? Okay. Can we, maybe the chat, can we turn off
Yeah,
the chat?
so we have a member joining
Okay.
online.
Okay, so
He's actually pitching from 40,000 feet in a flight right now. So maybe that's the first time any judges have had a team member join on a
Okay,
flight.
so he's on his way to the moon or what?
Yeah, he says, Major Nick to ground control. Houston, we read you loud and clear.
Okay, all right. Okay, FACT certified. So we'll start the clock as soon as you begin. Okay, good luck.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Juliana. I'm the CEO of FACT Certified. I'm representing the University of Tsukuba, Japan. I'm here with Tan, our CFO, and Fulu, our CMO, and we're very excited to be presenting FACT Certified today. So yesterday we heard from a judge about the counterfeiting issue not being, well, already being resolved. And we wonder, with all these headlines, if it's really resolved, if we're still seeing so many stories of people dying because of fake liquor, yeah, specifically in India. And so we think that there's still no effective solution for the counterfeiting issue, and we need to do better. In India alone, counterfeiters steal $12 billion and take the lives of 1,000 people with fake liquor every year, right? And the way we want to approach this is with an advanced cryptography-protected FACT tag that is applied to the cork or label of premium liquor bottles and travels throughout the supply chain and scanned throughout the supply chain, feeding data to clients through a dashboard that we provide, and even by end consumers that can scan and check the authenticity of the product. And yeah, the data is really one of the most important things of our product, the way we scan the data, and just ensuring better transparency throughout the supply chain and optimization of the supply chain logistics for companies. What makes us unique? So last year we obtained a patent in the US. We really believe that FACT Certified makes premium products even more counterfeit proof than any other solution that exists out there. We'll explain why. But this is, you know, just the overview. And then also the way it records, retains, and uses data. Yeah, for both businesses, but also for consumers, adding intelligence, yeah, gaining data, and then informing marketing intelligence.
Then talking about the market size, actually our anti-counterfeit packaging represent a very great market potential. In the year 2022, the global market size is valued at $140 million and is estimated to grow at 30% annually. Among the global market, Asian Pacific market accounts for 24% of the global market and experiencing the farthest growth rate compared to other areas. Within the Asian Pacific market, and food and beverage industry holds the second largest market share. Then we decided to target our market in the India liquor market. Our TAM is $158 billion, which is the global market size of anti-counterfeit in the year 2023. And then our SAM is the global anti-counterfeit, which in the alcohol industry, which is evaluated as $52 billion. And based on this SAM, we calculated our SOM, which is the alcohol industry in India of the anti-counterfeit, which is approximately $1 billion. Then let's talk about our go-to-market plan. It started with the specific target in the Indian-made foreign liquor, such as the Diageo and the Pandorica. Then we want to leveraging our experiencing and expanding our connection with industry to broaden target on the all beverage manufacturers. Eventually, we want to expand our diversify our business by entering into other luxury segments beyond liquor.
So here comes the number. Our business model have triple revenue streams from SaaS per unit charge component, and we are looking to explore patent licensing component. For SaaS component, we will be working with startup, local, and enterprise pricing scale on a per user per year basis, which allow per seats customers to explore not only on our analytical platform, but possibly on our market insights as well. In parallel to that, we have incremental revenue streams from producing and selling the tags, which protect these products with our encrypted patented technology. And yes, that's about the number. Brief overview.
On sustainability, well, we can help companies measure their carbon footprints more accurately and reduce them in long term. Recycling centers can also use scans to get better measurements and measure their effectiveness of their campaigns. There's transparency that we're adding to the supply chain with these multiple scans, until they reach the consumers in safety. We also are able to provide this aspect on social responsibility because...
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, absolutely.
One thing I don't quite understand about the product. Does it actually solve the problem that you identified at the beginning? You call it an anti-counterfeiting product, but actually the cases that you indicated at the beginning I would call more tampering than counterfeiting, all right? They are refilling bottles with something other than the original liquor. How does a RFID or NFC tag behind a label stop you from refilling the bottle with a substance that isn't the original product?
Right. Our patent covers two issues. One of them is the security of the bottle. So we tested this with Diageo. The NFC tag it's actually a dual tag. That's the engineering, that's the propriety information, right, in the patents. We've tested in the cork, so between the stopper and the cork, and also behind the label. And that has contact with the liquid. So we believe that this is safer than QR codes and all the other solutions out there.
So only the product that has contact with the liquid, in other words, the one that's in the bottle cap or the cork, actually also provides an anti-tampering function. The one behind the label doesn't.
They can be used together, or we could also just give priority to this one, depending on the bottle design, right?
Okay. I understand the use case.
So to keep going, thank you for the question. There is the ability for end consumers to track products from where they're coming from manufacturing centers, from distilleries. And this also creates opportunity for storytelling through apps that the brands can, develop and embed this scanning capability within their apps. So end consumers can scan the bottles, the fact tags on the bottles, and trace the products back and see, where they're coming from. This adds trust and preserves the brand reputation. There's obviously the economic value in protecting these goods legitimately and securing the losses that they incur because of counterfeit products. A couple of certifications and external validation that we're looking at. So we're working with 2 vendors at the moment, Beyond Tag and For ID Solutions. Basically, would like for them to keep with ESG values and share our values. Fact Certified would like to eventually apply to the B Corp certification. But we mentioned 3 fronts of revenue, the licensing model, the per tag revenues, but on the bottles, individual bottles, but also the customer services, like helping customers, clients, B2B business with analytical, on the analytical front with marketing intelligence, and one of them would be to better measure their carbon footprints so that they can improve on that front and informing their sustainable practices and advancing on that front.
If I could interject, can I ask, how would you recover the tags for repurpose and recycling? I know that just recycling packaging in general, whether it's bottles or whatnot, is a challenging economic and logistical exercise. So, how would you do the tags?
We're still figuring out the logistics of how to collect the tags. But we know that it is possible to reuse them, to recycle them and reuse them. There's a 10-year data retention on the tags. Maybe Nick, if you rip the label or rip the cork, you can tell if it is tampered. Okay, that's what Nick says. Maybe Nick can also help answer that question. But we're still figuring out how we would recycle them back with the manufacturer. But we know it is possible to recycle and reuse tags. So we know it is possible, but we haven't thought out the collection yet of the logistics of that.
So at the moment, your model doesn't take into account that you're reusing tags at the moment. So every tag that you're selling is virgin material, and
yes.
There's no recycle component.
Yes. Based on our conversation with our CTO, Nick Walker, we are still in process of exploring inverse supply chain, which means that for supply chain, we use the distribution company usually scan whatever products they are going to distribute, and that is why we can trace where it goes. For inverse supply chain, it goes backward. So when the produce is being consumed, we are still exploring the idea of how, like, consumer after consuming the product, they can scan it before they throw it away or before they return it to the distributor or wholesaler or the pot where they buy this liquor, to gain probably like rewards, so that we can motivate them to actually recycle the bottles, and also at the same time checking the traceability of that possible inverse supply chain.
Nick says every tag has 10-year validity, as I mentioned, so we can reuse for sure. When the bottle gets recycled, we can recover the tags and rehabilitate. Yeah.
But so that would require that the recycling center is aware that there's a tag and doesn't recycle the whole packaging or the bottle without realizing that there's a tag attached that needs to be recovered.
Well, we need to identify the tags that have the bottles that have the tag, the products that have the tag, and collect them to bring them back to the manufacturer.
But that is why, sorry to interrupt you, but that is why this technology, because in addition to what I've been briefly explaining about the possibility of tracing the inverse supply chain, Fact Certified as a new technology in anti-counterfeiting packaging, plus maybe giving market insights, it can, it gives the possibility for our customer to actually trace how many bottles are being recycled by their end consumer. So in that alone, we believe that we contribute partly in the sustainability part.
Thank you.
All
right. That's a very weak argument about that recycling. I would say I haven't seen models that really do, what you're talking about in recycling. And recycling has a whole lot of challenges. But so I'm not particularly convinced on that. But what I am curious, if you can go back to your slide on the market size for a second? Yeah, keep going back. One more. Okay, just so I understand, the global this is anti-counterfeit packaging. This sounds like the most specific market. This is exactly your market. Is that correct?
Yeah, we
And
are packaging solution. Yeah.
Okay, and you're saying that it's 140 million now, correct?
Yes.
And then I just didn't understand if you could explain on the next page. Where do you get the 1 billion from in relation to that? I just didn't understand that.
You mean the sum, right?
Yes.
Actually, we are calculated based on our SAM. Our SAM is the global anti-counterfeit in the alcohol industry, right? And then the 24% is the Asian Pacific market. It accounts for 24%. Then we multiply the 24%, and then 9% is the Indians counted.
You need to answer my question. I just didn't understand. You had 140 on on the other slide. Where does the 140 fit into this?
I think what Andrew's asking is that on one slide you say that packaging is $140 million market.
We are at 2023, right? 158. So that's 158 over there. And then we break it down to Asia Pacific.
Mislabeled? So the previous slide, so the industry is 158 billion.
Oh, okay.
This year.
Oh, okay. I think you said million and I didn't see the billion, so.
No, it's billion, and we use 2023.
Okay. And have you, can you go in more detail on your revenue forecast? I think you had it on another slide, but it was maybe the next slide, was it?
The business
one
model?
Or two.
The business model?
Is that, so the first question I have on this slide is, what have you done to validate that the potential customers would, pay for this? For instance, what's the price point on that high value item that would justify, let's say, the 99 cents or so? Is it got to be a $50 bottle, or is it got to be a $500 bottle, or could it be a $10 bottle? Tell us a little bit more about what you've done as far as validating it with potential customers.
Yes, so we do not base the pricing on the liquor bottle's price itself. We will sell the tags for 99 cents for every tag that would be attached to the bottle itself. And our margin on this revenue stream is 50%. So we are producing, the cost that we need to produce the tag is 49 cents per tag.
So you're not answering my question though. What my question is just, can you tell me about the validation? I know Nick's mentioning about Brazil. What are you hearing from the customers? Like, wow, that's a super cheap price and it's worth it for them? Or they say, no, it really has to be 0.09 per tag?
At the moment, Diageo and Pernod Ricard, which we are in conversation with, they are using QR code authentication solutions, which is not as safe as this no line of visibility, NFC based, and
it's not as safe, but it's very low cost, I suppose.
It is.
Right?
It is low cost, but we hope that with the counterfeiting issue still being an issue, we can bring.
Yeah, but besides hope, I'm just. Have you done any? He's saying with Diageo in Brazil. Just
yeah,
curious.
we have we are trialing with Cana. So Nick owns 3 brands, premium liquor brands. He exports cachaça from Brazil to U.S. and we've been, trialing this with Cana, his cachaça, but also in conversation with these trials with Diageo and Pernod Ricard, right? So they're interested in experimenting with this, not only because it is safer than what they currently have in QR codes, but also because of the data intelligence, which is an added value that Fact Certified brings, right, with the end consumer scans.
So this is the volume chart, I believe,
yes.
The units. Can you just show the revenue chart, and then maybe other judges have questions?
Financial projection.
Right. It's a long way down, actually.
If I might ask Andrew's question from a slightly different angle. So you're indicating that the cost is about 99 cents per bottle, assuming 1 tag per bottle. Do you have a sense of what the counterfeiting losses per bottle would be? Because obviously you'd be comparing the losses and presumably would be higher than 99 cents.
Right. Yeah, actually, we have that slide. Yes, the counterfeiting market size. I don't know, maybe Fulu, you want to talk about this one?
Yes, regarding this, actually, the counterfeiting cost in India is approximately 12 billion US dollars each year, and because 25% of the counterfeiting belong to the liquor industry, so we calculated the whole counterfeiting loss is around 1 billion US dollars.
And do you have that on a per bottle basis? Because obviously then you can compare the counterfeiting loss per bottle versus the cost of the tag per bottle.
Yes, currently we do not have the data for the per bottle lost, but we also want to emphasize that this business model, we do not only sell tags for 99 cents. With the customer implementing our technology, they will not only have anti-counterfeiting problem resolved, but we will also be able to give them market insights on customers' profiling. For example, we know that Johnny Walker Blue is mostly consumed by 40 or 50 years old consumer. So we will be able to give customers the added value, not only from the anti-counterfeiting solution, but also market insights.
Nick says, sorry to interrupt, the better way to think about it is how to go straight from EBITDA because it replaces some other costs they currently use, like the plastic stopper. Yeah, the plastic stopper for one-way pour.
Yeah, no, I'm only making a suggestion because, from a sales perspective, to be able to sit there and say, yes, you're adding 99 cents per bottle per cost, but you're reducing, if the loss is, say $1.50, then it's actually a net economic gain per bottle.
Yeah.
Because I had, that crossed my mind is, what is the price elasticity of adding that tag? But if you're also counteracting a loss per bottle, then
right.
It is very difficult to actually value how much they lost it because the brand itself is
the brand should have the info. You should just ask the brand. The brand has this info.
Yeah.
It's
both
not
in
rocket
terms of
science.
economics and brand equity.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about
brand,
two types of losses. You're talking your economic loss and you're talking your brand equety loss.
Yeah.
So you should talk to your customer more. Okay, I still have a big hurdle trying to get over the product itself. Like, as you mentioned, QR codes is currently what's being done today, right? What makes why NFC? Like, why a sticker? Why an added cost? Why an extra added? Why did you choose this technology?
Right. So it is a unique technology, right, that incorporates both RFID and NFC, actually. So it's tamper-proof.
How? Yeah. Okay.
So
but what's the difference between this and QR code?
First off, it's safer because QR codes can be reproduced a lot more easily by counterfeiters.
Okay. Or what if it's a QR code or like a serial number backed by blockchain or something? I mean.
Well, this also has the advantage of having these two technologies embedded in them. So it's long range and wide range, shorter range. So it allows both like scans in warehouses, but also by the end consumer. So we're really
you could do that on QR code with blockchain as well.
But you wouldn't have the sensors to detect the tampering.
No, but couldn't you do that with...
The QR code can handle the traceability.
Yeah.
But it can't handle the you don't have the sensors that would indicate that the product.
But what if it's a serial number that you could just track and then you? And then it's backed by blockchain.
No, but you track the physical movement of the goods, but you can't track the physical condition of the goods. That's what the sensors are for.
The physical condition.
Yeah, because it's like if you just have the QR code, you could literally just remove the cork, refill it with something else. Other than that, put it back in.
Fair.
So it's actually the sensor that's in contact with the liquid that would indicate that the product itself has been tampered with.
Fact Certified's device has the wide range capability and short range. So in that way, it covers both the industrial lens, but also the consumer lens, right? So we want scans to come from the end consumers and that data to be collected and fed to the businesses through a dashboard that we provide. So we also have a software, right? But also in warehouses, they don't need to scan each individual bottle because the fact tags can go through, sensors with wide range.
Which leads me to another question, right? So now that we figured out its use case, going to the revenue model, you said you have a SaaS, and that's for the consumer? So
Customer. So the B2B.
For us.
No. SaaS model is for our customer. In this case, we are targeting to work with
Diageo.
Diageo and Pernod Ricard.
Okay,
Yes.
can you go to that, please? Yeah, okay, so you're charging a per tag, and then per, what is?
Per user,
Uh-huh.
per year basis. So this would be the starting price, and it is very scalable because we are still developing this technology. We want to be able to customize whatever it is in our dashboard and in our applications to make our customer have more insights on their marketing, on their consumers' profile, and the traceability of their
understand.
products.
Can you go to the revenue projections? Do you have unit economics on this yet?
Yes, the revenue that is displayed in our slides actually consists of only the SaaS and per unit tag.
Right. Do you have the unit economics of breakdown?
We do not put it on here, but the per tag charge is 99 cents, and we will be getting 50% margin from that revenue.
And then minus everything else?
Yes, like general and administrative and system development cost.
Equals to?
The cost, alright.
Oh, sorry.
Go on. So this is the expense allocations that we project based on our assumptions. So from our sales revenue, 41% would go to produce the tags, and then 17% would be used for marketing expenses, and then 15% for general administrative, 12% for system development, and lastly, we assume we would have to pay tax in India.
Yeah, this isn't for unit economics, but understand that you don't have it. Okay, so next slide, please. Yeah. And so when this cash flow, do you have your break even?
Break even actually
Or
on the
when are
previous
you-
two slides.
what's your projection?
Will be on the third year, but 2023 we expect to have starting to have revenue from next month,
From
July,
Kana, yeah.
from Kana.
Okay.
So,
all right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I wanted to go back and talk about the management team and our experience in traction because we weren't able to cover that. So we are a very diverse team that share a passion for technology with a background, in finance and consulting. I work in digital licensing. Nick is a serial entrepreneur. He has 3 premium liquor brands. Here we go. We're all business students, graduate students, from different countries, Brazil, United States, Indonesia, and China. We share this passion for FACT Certified. We believe it is unique, and it is doing good in the world.
Hi, sorry, if you don't mind, I know you only have 4 minutes left on the clock. I'd like to
Absolutely.
understand also maybe what you're up against in terms of competition. What's been tried before for anti-counterfeiting, especially of luxury consumables? I was in conversations in India very recently around the exact same problem, and I think what they're looking at also is how do you actually determine if what's in the bottle has been messed with, so it's the actual liquid component, as opposed to whether the bottle has been tampered with. And beyond that, then how do you determine if somebody were to use a different bottle altogether and not even have to use the original NFC or whatever trackability device on there, right? Can you help to explain what are existing solutions that you're being pit against?
Yeah, we go back to competition, right? So in India, there's mostly QR codes. Yeah, we mentioned QR codes being used, but like we mentioned, they're still not safe enough because they can be reproduced. There's one competitor out there that is trying to do what we're doing with NFC technology, not necessarily with the long-range radio frequency ID part of it as well. So Athene is a Swiss company. They're trying to do that. They don't have a patent. And most other competitors out there are using QR, right?
Can I understand how the product's being embedded in the bottle? It's in the cork, I understand. So
Yeah.
do I assume that the moment it's been opened, it triggers?
It is tamper-proof. It is tamper-proof, so you can tell if it's been tampered with, right? Maybe, Nick, if you're hearing us, you can talk more about the tech. He's the patent owner and developer. I think we have, yeah, but basically it's on the cork, and it touches the liquid, right? And so when people compromise the bottle, we can detect that. And actually that comes up in the dashboard for clients. Yeah, suspected cases. Also in terms of bottle behavior. So if they're not doing their journey in the supply chain as they should, the templates that we create with the clients will, be flagged on their dashboard.
So I'm trying to understand how that works, because the cork, even if your device is inside the cork, there are times where your cork will be in contact with air because your bottles are not filled all the way up, right? So what's a tamper-proof mechanism in there? How do you know it's been opened?
When you take out the cork?
Because
it's literally between the bottle itself and the top part of the cork. Right. So it's between. It's kind of difficult to explain, but there's the bottle, right, and there's a stopper. So it's literally inside. It's halfway between the bottle and the cork.
Can I just ask one last question here? Can you go to the balance sheet? How much money are you asking to raise?
$500K, starting at $500K, uncapped safe note.
Go to the balance sheet. In year 2028, you have $4.3 million in cash. Can you explain that?
Yes, we will assume that this technology and our customer grow over the years. That is why we will have cash like 4.3 billion by year 6. We assume that we, on our projections of growth, we would like to not only cover anti-counterfeiting market of alcohol, but
luxury segments,
luxury
as well.
Goods as like fashion.
Moet Hennessy,
Sorry, I have to cut you off there. That's time's over. Thank you very much, Fact Certified from the University of Tsukuba, Japan. Thank you very much. So around 12:30, the judges will be coming around to your booth. So please come back up around 12:30 to stand by the booth. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. While we wait for the next team, which will be Team Reborn Plus from Georgia Institute of Technology, United States of America, I'll pass the mic over to Dean Alderson. Okay, so he's going to be summarizing the presentation. Okay, see you back soon. Thank you.
Okay, welcome to, we're taking a little break now, but welcome to the SEG Bangkok Business Challenge 2023. We've just heard from the first team that is presenting in the final round of this competition. The judges are now deliberating, and we're going to take, we'll take a little break here and you'll listen to me. My name is Dean Alderson. I'm the ambassador and writer in residence here at Sasin School of Management in Bangkok, Thailand. As I mentioned, we have, this is the final round. We have 6 teams to hear from this morning. And the first team has just given their presentation and answered all of the judges' questions. Some very tough questions from the judges, as usual. They got right to the heart of the problem, the issue, and we heard some good answers and some other some difficult questions that they had to answer. The first team, as you saw, was fact certified from Tsukuba University in Japan. Their product is an RFID NFC tag for the counterfeit product industry, especially the fake liquor industry. So they're trying to solve that problem and deal with a massive problem in the consumer goods industry, fake products, and of course they're trying to solve that issue. The judges zeroed in on different aspects of that, whether the tag, the product that they're using is effective. How do they deal with bottles of liquor, for example, that have been tampered with or refilled with fake liquor. One of the judges asked about the financials, and of course there's a lot of different aspects of the sustainable aspects of the product as well. So Fact Certified did very well. I'm sure the other teams have been watching to see what kind of questions the judges will be asking, and they got an idea of how they're going to do when they get up on stage themselves. Just to give you a quick overview again of the competition as a whole, this is the 21st year that we've been holding this competition. It's Asia's longest running global student startup competition. The theme for this year is Growing Impactful Ventures. And as Dry said at the beginning, our moderator said at the beginning of the broadcast, we had 172 teams from 42 institutions from 16 countries around the world. 19 teams qualified from the first round, and of course we had one team qualify from the Thailand BBC competition. In addition to a couple of teams from Thailand, we've had teams from Cambodia, Singapore, India, Bangladesh, Taiwan, Pakistan, the US, and Canada. And of course, even within those teams, there was a lot of diversity, team members from all over the world, Indonesia, Haiti, as well as the countries where the universities are based. Things kicked off on Thursday evening when we had our Capricorn Bank Global 60-second pitch competition. That was won by a team from the University of Waterloo, a team called Head First. Then we had three main rounds yesterday, a semifinal round in the morning, a playoff round in the afternoon, and a sustainability award round in the afternoon as well. Today is the final round. We have 6 teams competing for $46,000 in total prize money, which is about 1.5 million Thai baht. And then we have our 2 royal awards. The overall winner will receive the His Majesty the King Award, and there is also a Sustainability Award, Her Royal Highness Princess Maha Chakri Sirindoran Sustainability Award. So that's what the teams are competing for today. As I said, the first team to compete was Fact Certified. They are now finished. Their presentation is in the books, as it were, from the University of Tsukuba in Japan, Fact Certified. Coming up after this, we will have Reborn Plus, a team from the Georgia Institute of Technology, Georgia Tech, in Atlanta, Georgia, in the USA. After that, we'll have teams from Singapore, from Cornell University, and 2 more teams from Singapore. So, as Dry mentioned, there are 3 teams from Singapore, 2 from the US, and 1 from Japan here in the finals. So it is going to be an exciting morning with lots of, I'm sure the judges will be asking tough questions. Next break, I'm going to have a guest with me, and we're going to talk about what it's like to be up on stage and answering some of those judges' questions. And we'll be doing this all morning. Every time there's a break between teams presenting, I'll be here and talking to you and recapping what we've just seen. Fact Certified, as I said, did a great job presenting. One of their team members was actually online, couldn't be with them, but contributed from, I think he was on a flight, I think they said, and so he contributed from that way. But again, tough questions from the judges. The judges are trying to look at all different aspects of the pitch, of the venture. Is the market size accurate? Do they have financials in place? Do they have a product to market plan? Do they have investors? Do they have the right management team in place? Is the product itself viable? These are all questions that the judges are trying to elicit from the teams, and it is tough. And I know that a lot of teams get up there, and it's tough for them to answer on the spot. But this team did very, very well. So we'll see how the other teams do as we go along this morning. As I said, the next team is Reborn from Georgia Institute of Technology, and they'll be starting in just a few minutes, I think. And we have a great crowd here at Sasin School of Management to watch these finals. And yeah, this is, as I said, this is the 22nd year that we've done this. 21st year, sorry, 21 years. This competition was founded in 2002. A couple years ago, of course, during COVID, everything went online, so we had online competitions, but from last year, we were back to face-to-face competition, and this year again as well. The teams have been here in Bangkok for the last few days at least. Some of them even arrived a week early. They have been preparing for this. As I said, we started with 20 teams in the semifinals, and we are now down to the last six finalists as they compete for His Majesty the King's Award. And this is really a great experience for them as they get feedback from these judges who are all experts in entrepreneurship and in startups. So I think we're almost ready to go back to the Sasin Hall and hear from the next team on the list. So good luck to the teams, and we'll be back in about 30 minutes or so.
Okay, welcome back to our second pitch, which is Team Reborn Plus from Georgia Institute of Technology, United States of America. So, welcome Reborn Plus. Okay, I see you have something over there to give the judges.
It's
okay.
everything. It's the packaging that we use in our life.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead. So you want to take the stage, or?
Yeah, maybe for a while down here, and then I will go back to the stage.
Okay, so you're going to pitch from down here.
And then I will move myself there.
Okay. Make sure your presentation is up. Do you want to make sure? Can we make sure? Yep, okay. All right, so Reborn Plus, let me remind you that it's 30 minutes altogether, and after 5 minutes, it's fully interactive, okay? And the timer is over there. You have warnings of the fully interactive warning, over there, the 3 minutes before the end warning, the 1 minute before the end warning, and then time over. Okay, congratulations for making it this far. Okay, you came in through the playoff round, right? Okay, so well done. Okay, so you ready? We'll start the clock as soon as you begin. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Good luck, Hub.
This is the plastic packaging that I used to put in the sugar-containing packaging. I put in the coffee this morning, the same thing. So you know, like how much plastic that you produce, and you see the problem here? It's a color that painting on this packaging. And we use a lot of this kind of packaging is there a lot. So Reborn Plus, we come here to bring new life to plastic waste. I'm Megan, a PhD candidate from Georgia Tech in chemical engineering department, and we would like to solve a global problem, which is a plastic waste. Let me elaborate about where plastic waste go through these days. So about 12 billion tons of plastic waste will go landfill by 2050. That's a big number, right? So let me go through a segment here that when we have a plastic waste in our daily life, where it's go to. About 37-40% go to incinerator. It's burning. So it's so sad for our world. It's caused a lot of pollution. It's caused a lot of greenhouse gas. That is a big effect to our environment. The second segment here of the plastic is mostly go to landfill, about 37%. Go to landfill, that's caused a lot of microplastic pollution. And that's microplastic problem. Some aquatic life, some animal eat that microplastic from soil, from agricultural product, and that end up to be our body, to be in our body. And the third part here, which is our focus right now, is go to recycling finally, right? Just only 25.7% let's go to recycling. But it's not as you think. It's not endless cycle as everyone thinks. Recycle in this world is not in that state right now. Just only 1 or 2 times of the packaging can be recycled right now. So what seems to be a problem? Just only 20% of the plastic can be recycled properly, and 80% can just go to the lower quality product like the garbage bag. So the problem is here. The color impurity. Color impurity causes a loss about over $2 billion USD per year due to just the color impurity that you paint on the packaging. So that's a huge amount that we can save the world if we can solve this problem. It improves the plastic recycle, the value of recycled plastic about 50%. So we come here to solve that problem. Reborn parts is a technology that can bring a new price of the recycled plastic. So we see the huge difference in price of the recycled plastic. If we don't have the color in the palette at the end, to be a huge opportunity in the future. So this is the product that we got normally from the traditional process, as you can see from the picture above. The product from the picture above is cost about 60 cents. Normally, this is the traditional process that we use the mechanical recycling to recycling this thing. But after introduce reborn part to the recycling process, you can save the recycled plastic, can save its life by bringing it back to the natural color, which increase the price up to 1.05 USD per kilogram. That's a lot. That's a huge difference in price that can bring a new life, and then this natural color plastic can go to fabricate a lot of packaging after this again. So this is the sample of the product that we got after we dissolve the color, as you can see from the picture again. This is the virgin plastic. The price is not that different. This is fresh from the petrochemical company. So normally, let me go back to this pellet. So normally we got the plastic pellet before, and after that they use this to melt and reform to be the bottom and packaging in our daily life. This is cost about 1.2 USD per kilogram. Not a lot different from our product, right? So we see this difference in price margin about the plastic that we can remove impurity. So we bring this new way for reborning the plastic waste. Reborning the plastic waste, the new technology that we introduce is innovative solution. How that innovative solution can do is dissolve the color on the plastic packaging, dissolve the color and turn it into the natural color light, just like this. So you might have a questions on your mind right now. What the solution that we dissolve is go to, right? So we create an innovation again. That is a membrane that's made from abundant waste.
Sorry, but before you go on to the solution, I'd really like to have a look at those numbers again because I didn't understand them. Okay, no, next slide.
Yes.
So what you're saying is that a current recycler is able to sell multicolored pellets at 65 cents, right?
Yes.
What is his cost of making those pellets?
The cost of making that pellet, so the total cost of making the pellets is, right now the full process, I'm not estimate the full process yet because we not know about the full process, but what we estimations is we see the difference in the prices we can process, where a lower price.
Let me stop you.
Yep.
So 65 cents is the sales price at the moment by the recycler.
Yes.
You don't know the cost price, that's fine.
Yes.
All right. How much does it cost for the recycler to add your process?
About like 10,000 USD. I will show you the process after this.
No. How much per kilo it costs him?
It costs about like the gap after we calculate everything. It's about 0.5 per kilo. That's add to
the cost.
Yeah, and that's gonna reduce.
Sorry. If he takes his production costs, he now adds 50 cents to his production costing, right?
Right now, because of it's in the lab scale, that's
No,
why it's good.
But that's
Yeah.
my understanding, yes?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
How much money does he make now by selling the clear pellets?
The Kia pellet, they make a lot, like 1.2 USD per kilo.
1.2.
Yes.
So he spends an extra 50 cents, right, to make an extra 55 cents. Is that the
yes.
maths as I understand it?
Yes, that how it is right now. Yeah.
That was my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So yeah, so let me add to
I'm
that
sorry,
detail.
I wanted to build off of Robert's question. So can you tell me again what was the cost of the reborn plastic versus virgin plastic?
Reborn plastic is allowed 1.05 and virgin plastic is 1.2.
Okay, and so but the thing, so recycled plastic tends to degrade over time.
Yes, exactly.
So, and especially if it's pelletized form. So you're comparing virgin plastic, whose structural integrity is brand new, versus a recycled plastic which is degraded. So, you know, I guess the question is, you know, again, it's easy to say 1.2 to 1.05, but you're still talking about different qualities of plastic.
Yes. Exactly. So that's the being to the price that is close the loop. So even you see like the price is 60 cents right now, and it's like different from this higher price of 1.05. But the key difference is this one cannot be recycled again because it's a lot of mechanical stain and it cannot form the packaging again. But our reborn plastic technology introduced to the process and it can be recycled like virgin plastic, so it can fabricate the packaging like it's new packaging. And it can recycle again to the process. So it's called loop of the circular economy.
But the quality is not the same as virgin plastic. So the question is, are you selling back to the same manufacturers, and are they going to use degraded plastic? Because when you pelletize, you know, the only way you recover the same quality is if you do a chemical-based recycling. So if you just pelletize it, then you're not necessarily getting the same quality. So who would be buying the recycled plastic?
Yeah, the buyer is the same manufacturer because let me tell you that the EU regulations nowadays and the global regulations is tend to increase the percent of plastic, the recycled plastic that should contain in that new packaging. So they require that 60% of the packaging should contain 60% of recycled plastic. And the demand is P&G, Unilever, that's the example of the company who needs the recycled plastic to fit in the packaging fabrication.
So what's the current cost of recycled plastic that they would use before reborn?
About 0.6.
No, but you're saying that they can't use that because of the coloration. So if they can't use the plastic at 0.65, then there must be another source of non-colored recycled plastic.
Not really a different about like 0.7 because it's like contain a lot of impurities still. So they have to mix that 0.7, 60 cents recycled plastic, about 60 cents to 80 cents. That's the estimations of what we got from the recycling process right now. And then they feed.
But are manufacturers allowed to use the impurity, the ones with impurity? So if I have to abide by EU regulation, I need to source recycled plastic.
Yes.
Where am I getting it before reborn?
So what happened nowadays is we have the ecosystem that have the waste collector, plastic recycler. Like, so P&G, Unilever got it from plastic recycler. The sort that they got from is the waste collector will separate that color and colorless part together. With colorless is like a small amount that they can separate right now because in the market we use a lot of color. So after that they got the little amount from waste collector, they recycle it with the higher cost because of the smaller amount, smaller supplier for them for plastic recycler. So that's how they got the higher price for the manufacturer right now.
But if I understood, there are three types of plastic, right? One is the colored impure plastic, which is 65 cents.
Yes.
The second is this reborn, reused plastic, which somehow averages at about 120, $1.20.
Yes.
And then there's virgin, which is 175, right?
Yeah, 120.
And you're
No, you got your numbers. So they're saying their numbers are 1.05, buck and a nickel, and then 1.2 is the virgin.
No, their cost for the recycler is 105 because he has to add 40 cents to his existing 65 cents cost. 105 is not his out price. His out price is 120, and he's making an additional 5 cents by implementing a 50 cents process. That's the maths at the moment, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And then that's why we need to connect with a large scale developing right now to improve that the boundary that we have right now in the lab validation to make it in the large scale. Because if we produce in the large scale, it obviously will turn down to about 0.1 USD. That's our estimation. So after we confirm
the 50 cents processing cost to do your process, you can get down to 10 cents.
Yes, exactly. If we can scale up to the last operation and confirm that, I would like to say that number.
Okay.
As soon
so
as
then
possible,
then you've got a value proposition. By spending an extra 10 cents, you make an extra 55 cents. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's my position right now. So we willing to scale up this, commercialize this, and turn this into like the larger scale so we can get the cheaper. That's benefit to the recycler, that's benefit to the manufacturer and this work.
Hi, I heard your pitch yesterday, but yesterday you didn't focus much on market validation. So can you talk a bit more of who you've already talked to, who likes the product, will buy at that price, will accept that kind of price, can sell? Like, do you have any use cases and traction to date?
Yes. So let's talk about the whole market liner. So it's about like 110 million tons of plastic that need to fit in the packaging manufacturer, and that's cost a lot for 70 million USD right now. And that the specific
existing, like, do you have clients yet? Have you tested it on real customers yet?
Yes, the real customer that we test right now, we scaling up with and collaborate with the data pack. We try to dissolve their package plastic layer from the packaging, and we collab with Union J-Pass. This is the last scale that we try to collect the plastic, and then we willing to scale up this into like 1 ton and prove that the price can go down to 0.1 cent.
So this is so you said you have 2 target market. One is the manufacturer, and the other one is the recycling center.
The target, the stakeholder who will implement our technology, gonna focus on
who's gonna buy your solution? Who?
Yeah. Who? Waste collector and plastic recycler. To stakeholder, but the end customer gonna be the manufacturer.
So is the manufacturer also a customer, because you just said you're talking to a manufacturer as well?
Oh, data packs, they manufacture, but they have the recycling pan as well.
So will they buy your solution?
They intend to. They're willing to invest in the solution to prove that pain point that have the low margins of the recycling.
Do you have any paying clients is my question. Do you have anyone paying you for the solution yet?
Not yet. Not the paying customer, but we collab right now, and we just go to that factory last week, and then they have like, last 3 days, I got like the letter of intent as well from one of the company that's willing to implement our process. And then the pandas I showed you before, they're willing to implement this process in
Okay, so
in
you're
the next 6 months.
still in trial stage, no numbers yet, no validation of the number yet, but just trying the product out right now. That's where you're
customer
stage.
validation right now.
Okay, thank you.
Can I, please? Can I understand for your process? I heard from you earlier on that in addition to, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in addition to removing the color from the plastic, that it also improves the quality of recycled plastic. Was that correct?
Yes.
Can you maybe describe kind of, you have recycled plastics, then where does reborn plastics kind of sit between quality of recycled plastics and virgin plastics? Is there any discernible difference?
Like, you mean like anything that's come to the concern between the process, or?
No, so you're talking about the quality of the plastics, right, that they're purchasing. So as a purchaser of recycled versus virgin plastic, what would be the quality of reborn plastics versus, say, virgin plastics? Will they stack up?
Yeah.
Besides the color.
Besides the color.
Besides the color, our reborn plastic technology it's almost a virgin-like plastic. So after we test with the mechanical strength test with the plastic, it's similar to the virgin-like plastic right now, like with the casting film, with the packaging fabrications. So that's the strength of our technology, that it can bring it to life to be like the newest virgin plastic that we use in the market to form the fabrications.
So can I understand? So your process, where in that chain, where does your process sit?
Yes. So my process is, normally this is the normal process for mechanical recycle. Yeah. They use NaOH, sodium hydroxide, to remove the dirt and grease from the packaging, and they peel after they got the waste from waste collector, right? They grinding the plastic into the small pieces, and then they wash it with the NaOH and pelletize it to be the thing that I showed you before. So what reborn plastic is packing in process. In the washing process, very simple, because we have solutions already that can dissolve. They have the washing stations already. So we pack in the solution in that washing machine, and we're ready to remove the color from the process. And then that's how they got the natural colored plastic. And we introduced a membrane unit. This is optional, but we introduced the membrane unit that can customize to the manufacturer processes. And then we introduce this unit to recirculate the solution back to dissolve it again.
Sure.
So what does the membrane actually do?
The membrane?
Yes.
So because we concerned about any waste that can cause environmental effect after we dissolve the color.
Okay, so structurally, your pellets are so aside from the color, the pellets are the same structural quality as any other recycled plastic, correct? Because the only way you get to the same level as virgin plastic if it's chemical recycling rather than mechanical recycling. Because you're saying that there's almost no difference between virgin plastic and your plastic, but that's really just saying that there's no difference between, mechanical recycling versus virgin plastic, which is not necessarily the case.
Well, you mean like if we back in the process, will it be big difference in the process of recycling?
So recycled plastic, unless you're breaking it down to chemical components, there's always going to be a quality difference between those. And I think to Sin's point, I think she's trying to figure out whether the decolorization process fundamentally changes the structural quality of the recycled pellets.
Oh no, not at all. Because we designed a solution to maintain the mechanical strength, to maintain the plastic property that it's used to have. So we intend to remove this color.
You're not competing with virgin plastic, right?
We compete with recycled with
you
the higher
are just competing with recycled plastic, making it more valuable by making it colorless.
Yeah.
So virgin plastic is a completely different thing you're not even interested in, right?
I'm not interested in virgin plastic.
So the key thing for you is to make this a better value proposition for the recycler. Nobody's going to spend 50 cents to make 5 cents more, but people will spend 10 cents to make 55 cents more. So isn't the key for you to get your costs of this process down to a viable level?
Yes, that's our intentions. So that's why
So where are you in that process? What did it start at? What would the cost of this start at? Show me that it started at $1 and you've got it down to 50 cents. So I've got some confidence that you can get it down to 10 cents.
Yes,
and since we've got only a limited amount of time, you may want to go through some of your financials and help us understand the economics of it.
Yes, I can combine it together. Yeah. So we bring down from let me go to this slide. It's recurring revenue, obviously, because it's combined with the solution membrane that we have to pack in the process, right? Let's go straight to your questions. So we go down from, okay, it used to be more than 0.5 USD per kilograms, as you're concerned. We go down from about 2 USD per kilogram to 0.5 now in just the lab scale. So that a potential that we can expand is in the large scale. So how we go down is we use a less room temperature, because normally the old method, they use about 250 to 400 Celsius to melt the plastic and pellet it. So most of them melt it twice. So that's a high energy intensive, cost a lot of electricity bills, really large amount.
And just so I understand, with heat, it also speeds it up. What's the time frame it takes for the processing for yours in this case?
So that's our key thing. So besides we use room temperature in our processing, we use just 15 per minute to dissolve the color. So that's really powerful. We use natural extraction chemical as well, because we care about the safety of the operator and the one who work along that area, as well as the environment. We use the membrane that's separate between the color and the least solution to be back to process again. We use agricultural and seafood waste, which is abundant globally. So this is how we try to go down to can try to reduce the cost of operations in our process.
Just to help you a little bit. So you have 3 costs, right? You have a solution, a membrane, and then you have the machine. Was that 50 cents cost inclusive of machine costs?
Yes, exactly.
So, and then yesterday you said you don't need to sell the machine too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So then
it's
you cut
customizable,
the cost, right?
Yeah, it's customizable. So the 50 cent it depends on if the customer would like to obtain the equipment in that processing. But if they have all the machines already, such as they have the washing machines already, they have the membrane units already, we have just implement the solutions and the membrane. That reduces the huge amount of cost that they have to invest as well.
So are you saying that the equipment's actually stock equipment? It's not proprietary to you, right?
Yeah, it's not.
So what's proprietary to you is a chemical?
Yeah, exactly. We plan to patent on all the chemical, the solutions, and the membrane all together.
Does it work on bioplastics recycling as well?
Yeah, because bioplastic recycle, we tend to, they still have the color impurity, right? So we would like to target that. But our focus right now is on the flexible packaging and the main players for the packaging, like HDPE, high density polyethylene, and PP, polypropylene, yes. So that's the main target.
Is there a competitor on the market right now that removes color? And if so, what's the cost of the competitor?
I think I go to the wrong direction. Yeah, we plan to compare this to you, and then we have a competitor analysis. Normally what they do is very painful. They use 2-step up heating process. Ilima is one of the key players that customers have to plug in that process right now. It costs $1 million for the whole process, $1 million for the whole process, and they heat up to 200 to 300 Celsius degree in that process, and that energy intensive, that energy consumption that we have to ask customers to pay a lot of electricity in this machine to just remove the impurity. They're not reaching the state that they remove the color yet. They just remove the aluminum, the paper on that attached to the plastic. So we in the state that's above them, that's superior to them, that we try to dissolve the color as well, and then we can introduce a membrane that can separate both the color and the impurity, the outer impurity in concern as well.
So for Irima and Pure Cycle, they have solution, membrane, and machine?
A different scenario. Ilima is they have the heating process. It's kind of the mechanical recycling. Okay, Ilima, they have the membranes as such, but different type of membrane.
But they need to sell the machine.
Yeah, they have to sell the whole machine, which costs about $1 to $2 million.
Okay, so more expensive than you.
Yes, exactly.
And then Pure Cycle?
Pure Cycle, they from the factory, but their strong part is to remove some impurity from the PP packaging. They have the targets on PP packaging.
But for simple terms, like for me, is it for solution, membrane, and machine? Same.
So,
For
pure
pure
cycle,
cycle.
no.
No,
Pure
different.
cycle just factory, just traditional method.
Okay, so more expensive.
Yes, more
Can
expensive.
we go to the
exactly.
financials?
Okay, so let's see your financials.
So our target right now is, this is my backup slide. Let me go to the main slide. So our financial model is, let me go to the size of market first for the financial analysis here. The total addressable market is about 80 billion USD. That includes all the plastic that we have the problem with right now. Stepping down to the specific area that we're focusing, this is packaging, PP, HDPE and LDPE. It costs about for $70 million, and it's go down to our first year target, which is 100 million. And the timeline to scaling up that technology is for 5 years until we got from LDPE, which is flexible packaging, and to the rigid packaging, which is packaging for your personal care and home care. HDPE and PP will launch in the next 2 years, and we plan to expand it in Asians. The first year we target Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Philippines, which cause a lot of plastic pollution right now. And after that, we plan to expand it globally. For the financial model projection right now, we plan to focus on that 4 countries first for the first year, and that's from after 5 years after launching on the technology. We increase about 18x in return from 5 years.
Can you go back to the prior slide? Go forward. So just so I understand where you are, you're at which stage now? The first one, or are you?
Yeah, the first one that we have, the lab validation.
What is the risk that the technology doesn't work as you expect? Where are you at now in the process of understanding that?
So our thing is the chemical formulations, and then if it doesn't work, we do it again. That my spirit. That's my. Yeah, I'm ready to this. And but we have a backup plan. So we have a lot of technology that ready to launch right now. So if plan A doesn't work.
So just so if I think about plastic. It's a major global issue, right?
Yes.
And this seems like it could be a game changer.
Yes, we aim to be that.
What's going to stop your competitors or other people just coming into this and copying what you're doing? Just help us understand what protection or other things you have.
Yeah, so we're filing the patent right now in United States and Thailand. We plan to do that we in the parallel of the customer validations and everything, we plan to file the patent in United States and in Thailand. So that's how it's worked for LDPE packaging, because our strength is LD packaging, we can use on natural derived chemicals and the membrane material as well. So we focus on validate and patent, filing the patents on that part first, and after that we will cover with the IP protections with the product that we're launching in the next year. And that the financial models.
Okay, apologies. That's time's over. Thank you very much, Reborn Plus from Georgia Institute of Technology. Thank you very much. Okay, while we wait for setup of the next team, which is Team Washwagon, I'll turn the mic over to Dean. Thank you.
เคยได้ยินคำหนึ่งนะคะที่บอกว่า startup is a marriage สู้ไปด้วยกันนะคะมีปัญหาก็แก้ไขไปด้วยกันนะคะแล้วก็ไม่ย่อท้อเชื่อถือในกันและกันแล้วเราก็จะฝ่าฟันมันไปได้เรื่องของไอเดียด้วยนะ product market fit product ของเราเนี่ยแม้ว่าเป็น product ที่ดีส่วนที่สำคัญเนี่ยคือการที่เราจะ scale มันไปได้ไหมณชาเลิศหัตถศิลป์ค่ะเป็น CEO ของบริษัท C-Wallet ค่ะ C-Wallet นะคะเราเป็นระบบบัญชีคาร์บอนฟุตพริ้นท์สำหรับองค์กรนะคะช่วยให้องค์กรเนี่ยสามารถที่จะประเมินคาร์บอนฟุตพริ้นท์ได้ง่ายนะคะแล้วก็ดีคาร์บอนไนซ์ ตัวธุรกิจของตัวเองได้นะคะผ่านทางออนไลน์แพลตฟอร์มของเราตื่นเต้นมากเพราะว่าเป็นเวทีที่ค่อนข้าง competitive สูงฟีดแบ็กต่างๆพวกนั้นเนี่ยมันทำให้เราสามารถที่จะนำข้อบกพร่องต่างๆมาพัฒนาเพื่อแก้ไขเป็นเกียรติมากๆที่ได้ชนะเวทีนี้โดยเฉพาะเป็นเวทีที่มีศศิลป์แล้วก็มี SCGC นะคะที่เป็นสปอนเซอร์ให้แล้วก็ความสำเร็จครั้งนี้มันเป็นเหมือนสิ่งที่มาพิสูจน์ได้แล้วว่าธุรกิจเราเนี่ยมันไม่ใช่แค่ฝันแหละ
ยินดีกับน้องซิวาเลตด้วยนะครับอยากเห็นน้องๆในปีหน้ากลับมาในฐานะอัลัมไนของ SCG Bangkok Business Challenge อัสสิน
ขอแสดงความยินดีกับผู้ชนะ SCG Bangkok Business Challenge ปี 2023 ด้วยนะครับขอให้ได้นำธุรกิจนี้ไปสู่เป้าหมายที่ตัวเองต้องการ
ก็ขอแสดงความยินดีกับพวกคุณทุกคนนะครับเราทุกคนเป็นผู้ชนะนะครับเราทุกคนได้เรียนรู้อะไรบางอย่างกลับไปแล้วก็ได้มิตรภาพในหมู่สตาร์ทอัพด้วยกันขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับ
So I'd like to congratulate the winner of the Thailand competition. I know you've worked very, very hard to get here, and this is just the start. So to get your venture really launched and growing, to nurture that seed of success will take even more work and even more effort, but it will be worth it in the end.
SCGC เนี่ยเป็นพาร์ทเนอร์กับเรามาหลายปีมากนะครับช่วยขับเคลื่อน innovation สามารถที่จะ induce ผ่านมหาวิทยาลัยสังคมและนำเสนอผลิตภัณฑ์ที่เป็น innovation ออกมาอย่างต่อเนื่อง
SCGC เราก็รู้สึกยินดีมากที่เราได้มาสนับสนุนโครงการ SCG Bangkok Business Challenge ในศาสินเนี่ยนะครับเป็นเวลานานกว่า 8 ปีเพื่อให้เราสามารถนำสตาร์ทอัพไทยนะครับไปสู่สเกลที่มัน Impact นะครับ Think big small step to start นะครับ
Okay, welcome back. We have just heard from the Reborn Plus team from the Georgia Institute of Technology in Atlanta, Georgia, USA. A very compelling product that they have, tackling a big problem industry, the plastic recycling industry. And just to recap what they do, their process helps to Colored plastic recycling is a big problem. The colors in plastics causes a lot of issues. The impurities in recycled plastic pellets are a big problem for the entire industry. So Reborn's process eliminates these impurities and improves the quality of the recycled plastics. The judges asked a lot of different questions about their process, which at the moment is not proprietary yet, so they need to apply for their patents here in Thailand and in the US. The team showed a competitive analysis of their two main competitors, but according to the team, their process is non-energy intensive, it has product circularity and longevity, and is much more cost effective than the competitors. Once again, the judges focused on the cost of Reborn's process and the value proposition for the team's customers. They asked about existing use cases, and the team said that they were in the process of customer validation. The two target markets for this team, for this startup, is manufacturers and recyclers, especially FMCG, fast-moving consumer goods companies such as P&G and Unilever. And again, the judges zeroed in on the financials. It's always about the financials, isn't it? As one of our judges said, the key is to get the cost of the process down to a viable level so that it makes sense for their customers. They estimate the global market for this industry to be about $80 billion US, and they estimated a 5-year scaling timeline. So that's kind of a summary of what Reborn just presented to our 5 judges. Again, lots of tough questions about the financials, about the viability of the product, of the process, and the various elements of their startup plan, going to market, getting their patents in place, protecting themselves from competitors. As one judge said, what's going to keep somebody coming in and just doing this this process themselves. Obviously, the manufacturers could do it themselves as well. So really tough questions, but I think the team handled themselves very well. This is another example of the diversity that we're seeing among our teams this year. The team itself is from the university, the Georgia Tech University in Atlanta, Georgia, USA. But I think all members of the team are Thai nationals. So, and we've seen that throughout the competition this year. We have team members from Indonesia, from Haiti, and from other countries very different from their home institutions. So a lot of international students going to university, both undergraduate and graduate schools around the world, and we're seeing that reflected in the team composition that we have here at the SCG Bangkok Business Challenge at Sasin. So we're just waiting for the next team to come up, which will be from Nanyang Business School in Singapore, one of 3 Singapore teams that are in the finals this morning. This is going to be Team Washwagon from Nanyang Business School, and they'll be coming up in just a few minutes. Lots of excitement here in the room, outside the room, as I should say, as the other teams from the competition are enjoying watching the 6 finalists present and compete for $46,000 in prize money, and of course His Majesty the King's Award, and the prestige of calling themselves champions of the Bangkok Business Challenge 2023. So in just a few more minutes, we'll rejoin go back into the room with Dry and the next team coming up. It's been a great 3 days so far. Everybody seems to be having a good time, but as one of the teams, as the first team said, they're a little bit tired. It's been a long competition, and I'm sure that there have been some late nights as the finalists prepare for this morning's presentation. They found out yesterday afternoon, and a couple of them found out last night that they would be in the finals after we had the playoff round yesterday afternoon. So they've had about 12 hours to refine their presentations, to get ready for this morning. Lots of pressure, and I'm sure the teams are looking forward to relaxing tonight after the competition finishes. But we have 4 more teams to go. We've heard from 2 teams already, 1 team from Japan and 1 team from the US. We have 3 teams from Singapore and 1 more team from the US to hear from this morning. And then later this afternoon, we'll announce the winner of this year's competition at the Royal Awards ceremony. So lots to do today, a long way to go this morning before we can wrap things up, but definitely I'm sure everybody's having a good time, and we'll see how things go going forward. So after Team Washwagon from Nanyang Business School is next, and then we're going to have Green Acres Processing from Cornell University. The Moonbeam Company from National University of Singapore follows them, and the last team to present this morning will be Customized Technologies from the Singapore University of Technology and Design in Singapore, of course. So as we wait for the judges to finish their deliberation and their scoring of each team, and then we'll go back to the room. Again, as I mentioned earlier, this is Asia's longest running global student startup competition. It's been going for 21 years now, and of course we're looking for, the theme this year is growing impactful ventures. This all started months ago with 172 applications from teams around the world, and we've now whittled it down to 6 teams in the finals here. We've heard from 2 of them already, and we've got 4 more to go, and I think we're almost ready to get going as we prepare to hear from Team Washwagon. Almost ready to go. So it's always, Okay, so we're gonna take a quick break and go to a video, and then we're going to go back to the room for the third team, the third finalist this morning. So enjoy.
Okay, please take your seats. We'll begin the next pitch. So 2 down, 4 to go. Okay, please welcome our next team, Team Washwagon from Nanyang Business School from Singapore. Welcome. Congratulations for making it to the final. Okay, so team, let me remind you the format of the pitch today. You have 30 minutes, okay, altogether. After 5 minutes, it'll become fully interactive. Please look at this, the screen over there, and then you get 3 minutes left time warning, 1 minute left time warning, and then time over after 30 minutes. Okay, you want to test your mic, everything? Okay. Good to go? Yep. Okay, so we'll start the clock as soon as you begin. Good luck.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. I'm Apurva, and I'm the CEO of Washwagon, an innovative D2C company that has a vending machine that offers 5 cleaning products in reusable bottles via liquid format. I was at a beach in Bali when I saw a dead turtle, and I noticed that the turtle was dead because a plastic bottle cap was stuck in its throat, and the plastic bottle was a detergent bottle. While the problem may sound trivial, looking at the bigger picture made me realize that 100 million marine animals die every year. Not just that, 467 million plastic bottles are used in Singapore alone every year, and that is equal to the size of 94 Olympic-sized swimming pools. I wonder, what legacy do we leave behind? A big part of these bottles arise from liquid household cleaning products, and upon careful consideration, I found some weird facts about these products. They are low involvement, high choice products, heavy and bulky, you pay for water and waste, and you generate a lot of plastic waste in the long run. This often leaves the consumers confused, low on cash, and unsustainable. So we bring to you Washwagon, a vending machine where you can bring your bottle to get one high quality application per use. We offer convenience, reduce costs, and offer you 24/7 refill at your doorstep. Not just that, our vending machines are embedded with QR codes that help with customer interaction and engagement. All our 5 products, ranging from detergent to fabric softener, have natural ingredients. They have no fillers, and we are in the process of getting green label. So we impact sustainability and generate eco-consciousness amongst our users.
Understanding the target market space. So we are targeting the Southeast Asian market for the next 5 years, and we are targeting the Southeast Asian market for the next 5 years, and we understand the moderate to the high-end infrastructure there provides us with a good penetration rate, and at the same time, with a minimal market share, we can actually expect good revenues in the coming years. Based on our research, we think Singapore is an ideal market for us to start a pilot, mainly because of its supportive government initiatives. And based on a survey, we notice about 87% of the average Singapore population is aware on sustainability. So that's a good way to go for us. Understanding how we exactly are going into the market, mainly from promotion. We're gonna distribute bottles with the QR code embedded so that to evoke that eco-consciousness in the beginning. We are also gonna make our customers be aware on brand history, ingredients that we are using, and mainly for regulatory approvals, we're gonna partner with the Ministry of Sustainability as well as the Housing and Development Board, which is like the government board house. Just understanding more from our core competency, the sustainability, we're going to target, our target population mainly resides in those government housing, about 80% of total Singaporeans, and of that, about 60% are the working population that demand convenience and they demand quick solutions. And the second point, going from sustainability, the other aspect we're going to provide is a price effectiveness. We're going to disrupt the traditional industry by up to 50% in terms of their packaging costs, in terms of their distribution costs. As we notice with our competitors, in Singapore we demand sustainable solutions, but they come at a cost. So we aim to be pricely effective. At the same time, we provide the similar quality and convenience as an added feature.
Looking into our day-to-day operations, for us it is really crucial to make sustainable products as accessible as possible. And therefore we designed the process for consumers to be as easy as possible. You can bring a bottle to our machine, you choose your desired product on a touch screen and pay, then you place the bottle under the dispensing nozzle, and within less than 30 seconds your bottle gets refilled. And this way we provide consumers in a convenient way with a high quality product at a fair price point, and this is really enabling consumers to minimize plastic waste and therefore their footprint. From a company's perspective, we made sure that our operations are scalable and efficient. And that starts with the manufacturing part. We see ourselves as really our core competencies in this distribution network we are building up. And therefore we have decided to outsource the manufacturing to a contract manufacturer who can manufacture according to our specifications and has the ability to scale along with us. The manufacturer delivers the product to one centralized warehouse location in Singapore, which we are eligible to rent at subsidized rates from a government company. And from there, we load trucks, light-duty vehicles, to then call our machines. And we do so.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
If you go back to slide number 11, please. So I appreciate the cost effectiveness of your solution. End of the day, it is a vending machine. Can I understand what's the defensibility of your solution? And also, what are your thoughts around, honestly, the movement away from liquids and to powderized capsules that you then dissolve in water when you bring it home? Then you don't even need the logistics of liquids in the first place.
Okay, yes, so addressing the first question first in terms of defensibility, we see a vending machine business generally is a low entry barrier business. We acknowledge that. However, at the moment in Singapore, we are the only player doing that. And we will use this first mover advantage to get a head start, and then we have a pipeline of some innovations coming up. So it's really.
I'm not sure if first mover is always an advantage. Can you maybe talk about? I see you had Blue Land there, right? Can you talk about that, please?
Correct. Yeah. We have looked into Blue Land, and we have done our analysis. So essentially, we are seeing 3 points where we have an edge over Blue Land. So first of all, Blue Land involves an additional step. To everyone in the audience not familiar with Blue Land, they ship you small tablets, you then dissolve in water and make your own liquid detergent. So this involves an additional step. For some of the products, you actually need hot water. So first you have to get your water boiler, you have to heat up the water, then you have to put it in a bottle, put in the thing.
But people need to walk to your vending machine.
Yeah, this is the thing which plays into the different geographics. So we agree, Blue Land is a great model for the United States, where you have 36 people living in 1 square kilometer. Singapore is a bit different. We have 8,000 people living in 1 square kilometer. So
which makes it cheaper for them to also distribute in Singapore, right?
Correct, but with this model, if we place one vending machine in an HDB, which is the government housing where 80% of Singaporean households reside in, we can reach 1,800 households within a 3-minute walk.
So what's stopping Blue Land from putting vending machines?
Blue Land is focused on their operations. They are currently in the United States.
So your only defensibility right now is that they're not looking at Singapore.
In that sense, but we also see some superiority of our liquid detergent. So we conducted an analysis of the 3 options which you have in terms of.
If I can build off of Sin's question, I think what I'm struggling to understand is where the innovation is, because you're basically sourcing the liquids from a third party. You're asking a contract manufacturer to build the spec. But again, when you build a spec, it's feature. It's not any innovative technology embedded. There's no proprietary technology. So all I see is a vending machine distribution play. You're a real estate play at the end of the day. Because first mover just says we're occupying, HDB flats or, I think wherever you said your business plan is. So again, I'm trying to understand, you said yourself that certain aspects, it's low barrier to entry. I don't understand where the innovation is and where the defensibility is, because all you are is occupying, lobbies of buildings to put your machines in.
Sure. Can you go to the... just to tell you more about the technology part. So the first one is route optimization. So here is where technology comes into picture. We have algorithms that will help our logistics. So you just need to fill in the vending machines not on every weekend or every weekday where what is done by the usual vendors. So you have route optimization algorithms, one to distribute it to the places where it is majorly required, and also to understand where to take your trucks so that you
So is the product in the machines that you're vending, are the products your own products? Or are you purchasing these products?
They have a third-party supplier in Singapore. Yeah.
So then if that's the case, then what you're optimizing for, these are features. What stops you from maybe then stocking other things like Blue Land? What if you had a vending machine that vended Blue Land tablets?
Well, sure. So our value proposition is based on liquid household cleaning products. We try to understand the market and try to understand what are the pain points of the customer. And Pranjal, if you can go to the survey results. So we tried to survey the HDB owners, because that is our go-to market for now. And we try to understand their pain points and what is it that they require. So as you can see, we surveyed about 150 people in the HDBs, and we noticed that about...
I think we all understand that, there's a use case. There's a use case. People run out of detergent. They want to go downstairs, buy it. I get the convenience factor. My question is, what are you selling? And if you're selling liquid detergents, then what's stopping you from selling maybe tablets or something else that's actually even more sustainable? But if your vending machines are already built to spec, to dispense liquids, then
if I created a grab food for detergent, so maybe I don't even have to go to a particular place. I mean, it's the same product.
Yeah, or a vending machine that sells many things, including tablets.
Yeah. So we did a benchmarking of the different options available. If we could go to that slide, and essentially what you're looking at in terms of detergents are 3 product categories. You have your classic powder, you have your liquid detergent, and then you have these kind of Tide pods, or also the tabs. And if you look from the value proposition, really we found that liquid detergent is the most popular one, which is why it's globally used by 60% of consumers. So powder is generally the cheapest, but it might not fully dissolve in the washing machine. And then if you look at these pots, they are more expensive to manufacture. And the worst thing, we really have sustainability in mind, is actually the film you have around it is made from something, from an alcohol, which is essentially plastics.
But I think the question was more, I quite like what you're doing, all right? The analogy I would use, it's a little bit like Sprinkle, the water company, right? You have a liquid product that you can either buy in a single serve portion, or you can buy a machine that ultimately allows you to refill your own bottles, except instead of doing it on a apartment by apartment basis, you're going to place it in the basement, or you're going to place it somewhere convenient, right? I must agree with my colleagues. The only real benefit I see to that is the eco side of it, because I don't see it being more convenient than having the product delivered to my home, and I don't see that your product is differentiated from third-party products because you're in fact buying them. But one of the questions is, why just focus on liquid detergent? Aren't there other liquids like window cleaner, Tide pods, other cleaning products where
I
your
think it might be a
vending
size
machine,
issue. So
where
your vending machine has to be huge.
Well, certainly, even if you were just dealing with liquids, you can probably find at least 3 or 4 more. Dishwasher, plate cleaning, toilet cleaning.
They have 5.
Et
They offer
cetera,
5.
et cetera.
So just to,
But
yeah.
they're all dishwashing, aren't they?
Detergent, dishwashing, I think it's just 5 household products.
Yeah. We have 5. So we have detergent, dishwashing, floor cleaner, soap, and fabric softener, and all are available in liquid format. Yeah.
So I think the contention here is that what you're stocking are liquids which are high volume. So then your vending machines are limited by size and how frequently you're going to have to refill these vending machines as well. That adds to your logistical cost. Just a point, if you had any thoughts around that.
Correct. So we have a vending machine which has about occupies the same floor space as a traditional drinks vending machine, and within this vending machine we can fit 5 canisters of 75 liters each. So that means as we are dispensing in around 1 liter portions, which are very convenient for the consumer, we can actually do 75 refills before we stock out. And what we are going to do in the next step from an operational perspective is, once we have with the first trial machines gathered data on which detergent is consumed how frequently, we will optimize the tank sizes. So we will essentially distribute this volume we have and then see, okay, let's say the dishwasher liquid is going the best, then we will increase the tank size of that to really minimize the refill trips.
You're not selling concentrates, right? You're selling the fully diluted product, right?
Cool.
So the bulk of what you have is actually water, which people have in their homes as well. That's the point.
Correct, yes. What we saw when we looked at the survey results is that in Singapore, 81% of the people are actually eco-conscious. So they are interested, like if they can make a sustainable choice and it doesn't hurt them, they want to do it. Currently, it's not really accessible because what you're currently having in Singapore is either you can go to these really expensive, fancy eco stores where
I understand that. What if you were to stock concentrates instead, and instead of 5 SKUs, you go up to like 50 SKUs because they're concentrates and people can dilute them at home?
That is something we are looking at in the future.
But
However,
you're building your machines to spec.
At the moment, we want to start. We really want to get out there. We want to harness the first move advantage. And in addition to, you need machines which are built on spec, which are currently not available in that sense. The second thing is also you have to think about accessibility. So these spots where you can install such machines, they are typically were designed to host normal machines, and so you typically don't have a water access. So the whole logistical thing of installing a machine becomes way more complicated if you have in-machine blending.
Can I ask? I have less of a problem about the questions that you've been answered, because I think people are used to using liquids and people know about vending machines. But my question is, like, what are you selling, in the sense that, and I also think that it's possible that you could outsource everything and, you know, be amazing at marketing or something like that. My question is, it seems like everybody talks about sustainability these days. In fact, I just learned that there's a government department in Singapore about sustainability. And we all score on sustainability. So this is a beautifully sustainable option compared to the traditional option that people are doing, is throwing away bottles. So are you selling sustainability, or are you selling convenience, or are you selling the quality of the product, or what is it that you're selling?
Sure, I can take up that question. So our mission and aim is to reduce plastic waste. That is where we started, and that is where the problem arose, because I saw a problem.
Okay, so stop there. So now you're selling plastic waste. So just, I want to understand, is this all bullshit or not?
No.
No. You got a government department. You got billions of dollars of funding for sustainability. Everybody is saying sustainability, sustainability, sustainability. This should be an absolute boom. Or do consumers not really care about sustainability? They care about brand or something else, and therefore you're never really going to sell. That's what I want to understand.
Sure. So in Singapore, if you look at the pricing model, and we did some comparison of the prices, the usual sustainable options that we have are very expensive as compared to the normal models. And that is what is stopping the population from going to sustainable solutions.
So your argument is sustainable products are too expensive. You're going to provide a low-cost option for that, and therefore people are going to line up for these vending machines. Is that correct?
Sure. So we have, along with that, just to add, we have also positioned our vending machines in such a way that it solves the convenience problem. We saw that plastic waste is being reduced, and as a byproduct of that, as a byproduct of our vending machines, we see that we are solving convenience and cost as well. So we are hitting 3 targets all with our one vending machine.
So convenience meaning I don't have to go to the supermarket anymore. Let's forget about the online other solutions about tablets, but for maybe traditional people, they're going to the supermarket, but they still have to go to the supermarket, right? So, okay, the convenience is, okay, all my liquids I'm getting from, I don't know. Are you convinced that that's enough to get the demand that you need to make serious revenue out of this?
Yes, we are convinced that this is enough. So if we look at Singapore, 81% of the consumers have this eco-consciousness. So in general, if they have an option available to them that is...
Bullshit. I agree, everybody's got eco-consciousness, but the question is, are they going to act with their wallet?
Actually, can I jump in here a little bit? I think your value proposition is what Paul said. You're a real estate company. You have found out that in these HBV, whatever, flats area is a place where you put all your vending machines, right? But then, because in Thailand, there's all these shops that pop up that have everything eco, everything sustainability. I buy my organic rice there, I buy my liquids, I go do this and that. So it's all over, but Thailand's really big, right? And so I like your model because you have vending machines in these areas and you could literally stock everything, including organic rice and everything. So it's kind of like a small 7-Eleven chain. Like in front of but that's what I'm saying.
So you're competing against 7-Eleven. They're not competing against other brands.
Exactly.
They're competing against 7-Eleven.
So your value proposition, which you said, I don't think is correct because your OEM, the liquid. So let's go to, so now that I see that the value is the vending machine and the real estate at the flats area, right? I want to see your numbers. How are you going to do that? Because now if you're a real estate company, you're at the vending machine, right? What are you going to do there? How are you going to stop? How are you going to, because you said you're a logistics company as well.
Maybe Shannon, if I can add to that as a Singaporean. The benefit here is that Singapore has a very high density of buildings.
Yeah.
So it's not even a real estate play because you could be anywhere and there are a lot of people around.
True.
Could be in a,
no, but then like if you're living in your building and everybody's work from home mostly now, right? Yeah. Then you just go down. It's not like you're gonna go walk around and then.
But the thing about these housing estates also is that you already have all your supermarkets, you have all your convenience stores. So if you have
so how are you competing with that? Okay, with the question, right? So how are you competing with the existing stuff? Are there other vending machines in that area? I'm sure you're not the first one to think about. I want to know, because I think it's a real estate play, right? I want to know your competition there. How are you trying to attack it, your defensibility at each of these flat area?
So you can look at our modules of how the vending machine make money. So as we mentioned, in each HDB cluster, there are around 1,600 of people living here, household actually. So according to our assumption, like each month there will be 560 users come to use our vending machine, which means each day there will be around 20 users. And our assumption about how much money they spend each month, it will be 3.4. And then that's to say each month the revenue will be 2K. And then consider about the cost of sales good and also the other expenditures, the EBITDA will be around 6K per machine annually.
Per year, per vending machine, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's very low, that it's only 20 users, 19, 20 users a day. How do you jack it up, right? But can you go to the overall financials? Because like if you're looking for VC money,
yeah, sure.
This doesn't look like a VC play.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
you're an SME, basically, right? So I want to understand your numbers.
Sure. Go into the appendix. Yeah, 5-year forecast. Thank you. So this is the breakdown of our 5-year forecast. So you can see like our revenue is based on what I told you, like based on the users and the assumed spendings each day and each month. And then the cost of sales goods is around 50%. So we compare this with industry average. We think the 50% is quite reasonable. And also the other expenditures is mainly marketing. At the very beginning stage, it will be around 60% of our revenue.
Can you go back to that? Just go back to that page for just a second, because we're trying to understand the financials.
Yeah, sure.
I think what Shannon's saying is you're kind of an SME. And here you can see 11 million in revenue in year 5.
Yeah.
And I assume that you're just talking about Singapore here.
Yeah.
So let's say that we say to you, we like the idea and we want to fund it, but you need to make sure that you get to $50 million in year 5. What would it take to do that with this business? Can this business do that?
Yeah, sure. Like our business model is quite scalable. So according to our expectation, in year 5 we will have 500 vending machines. If we want to have more sales, then we can invest more vending machine and
Where
allocate.
is your investment for the vending machine here?
So it's in the.
That's a big cost. Where is it?
Oh, sorry, I didn't show it in this appendix.
Yeah, but that will affect the investability.
Wait a second.
Right?
Next.
Because
I mean,
everybody,
that's the key number is what the machine costs.
Yeah, sure,
and
it's
what
here,
the
it's here.
Payback period is.
Yeah. So this is the use of the fund for the first 2 years. So in the first 2 years, we are planning to purchase 200 vending machine. So for each vending machine, we will import from China because it's cheaper. And for each vending machine, we have already checked with the vendors. The cost will be around 3,000.
and can you go back? Where's the 3,000 in your financials just now?
You don't have, do you have your balance sheet? You have your assets?
Sorry, we didn't show that in the appendix, but we actually did that because when we calculate
it shows in the free cash flow, right?
Yeah, it's just because there's too much information, so we just show the result of the free cash flow. We consider about the capital expenditure, we consider about the depreciation and amortization, but we didn't show that because we think it's too detailed. And
so at $3,000 per machine, how long does it take if you put a machine in an average location? How long does it take to recoup that cost?
So it will. So in year 3, we will make the break even.
No, but if I looked at your numbers before,
yep.
You said that each machine generates $6,000 of EBITDA per year.
Yep.
Costs you $3,000 to buy. Your payback period is 6 months, right?
Yeah, that's true. But I thought
and sorry,
I have to mention
Andrew, just to show you, if you look at year 3, right, they're making $856 of EBITDA, but they're losing $620,000 of amortization and interest expense in that particular year in order to get to free cash flow of $228.
So I want to know, because so if you're making $6,000 a month, that has a year, okay. So that implies how many transactions on a daily basis at what pricing?
It's around 560, and I want to mention that the forecast is the year 5 and so on is in the stable stage. So in the very beginning, we cannot make 6K EBITDA annually because we have a lot of expenditure on the marketing and other expenditures. So in the year 5, we assume our business has already entered into the stable stage. Then we can make 6K for each vending machine for the EBITDA.
But you see, this is an important way to look at your business, right? Because ultimately, if you're successful,
yep.
By the second year, you don't need to buy these machines. You can lease these machines based on the financial performance of the first
franchise model
that you're running, right?
Not if you're building the spec, though.
Well, that's also true if they're particularly unique, right? But you really need to understand just the unit economics of the machine, what it costs to build it, install it, and then what your payback period is on the machine, because that's basically the way your business runs, right?
Yeah. So as we already showed in the slides, like it's just the year 5 stage, and for the 5 year forecast here, like I mentioned, our break even will come in year 3, because we cannot consider like each vending machine, because the cost, the expenditures is different in different year.
Can I quickly see, do you have a competitors in the HDB area? Like, is there a 7-Eleven? Are there other, do you have that?
We have that.
Because that's your unique proposition, right? So, because you have a competitor with the detergent, but how about the location?
Correct. So maybe to expand on how these slots and HDBs get awarded, in Singapore it's actually a price quality mechanism, it's PQM. So if you install something, or if you apply to occupy commercial space in an HDB, the government doesn't just look at the rent, but they are looking essentially which kind of value can you add to the marketplace. And we conducted the analysis. We looked around. So currently you have these small-scale convenience stores, the 7-Elevens. However, if you look at their assortment, they are actually big on snacks and this kind of stuff. They don't sell the household cleaning products. So we are considering them as a partner to distribute the bottles you can actually use in our machines. That is the synergy. And then in terms of vending machine competition, we see mainly drinks vending machines, so either your classical canned soda machines, and then some machines which squeeze fresh juices, and then we see some ready-to-eat item machines. So in that sense, we can add a real value there, and we have been in talks with the Clementi Town Council, which is one of the 24 HDB administering authorities.
Last question from my side. So where are you in your stage? Have you developed, have you secured these contracts yet?
Sure. So we have 2 partnerships right now. One is with the Housing Development Board, which is the HDB, and then we have with the ministry. So in terms of HDBs, because we want to start with 10 vending machines, we have had a word with the Clementi Town Council, because we believe that it is far from the MRT stations, and people really want to adopt a sustainable model. So we have our understanding that they will allow us to do our vending machine business there. And with the ministry, because Singapore supports a lot of green plans and green initiatives, and they have an aim to achieve net zero by 2030. Our advice. We don't have a vending machine right now, but we have our contractors in China that we will be sourcing our vending machines from.
Okay, I guess 30 minutes is up. Thank you very much, Team Washwagon from Nanyang Business School.
Thank you.
Thank you. So our next team will be Green Acres Processing from Cornell University. While we set up, I'll turn the mic again over to you, Dean. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. We've just heard from Team Washwagon from Nanyang Business School in Singapore, who gave a very interesting presentation about their product. And I'm joined now by Kun Champ, who is the merchandising director from Sin Sombun Trading, and he's also the entrepreneur in residence here at the Sasin Sustainability and Entrepreneurship Center. So, Champ, what did you think? How did they do?
Well, there were some tough questions there for them that really got drilled down on their value proposition. So I think it was a tough goal for them. There were judges who were not buying at the beginning. I'm not sure if they bought it at the end.
Right. They did. I mean, they definitely. There was some sympathy or some interest for the project, the startup, but they were trying to, as you say, they're trying to drill down about what the actual value proposition was. At one point, they kept saying, "You guys are a real estate play, not and an SME, not really a scalable business." So, tough questions.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, you have to understand that the judges are playing the role, and most of them are investors, right? And here in the scenario is that they are VCs, they're looking to invest their money, and they have to understand how they're going to make their money back. Right. So if they're an SME level, which means that they're not making enough profit to actually pay back the investors, making returns that investors are expecting. So
Right.
that's something that judges are really looking into, and this team really have to show that they're able to give the returns that investors really want.
Right, and they kept asking. The judges kept asking about, what's the innovation? What are you selling? What is there's no proprietary technology. It's a real estate play with vending machines using third-party products, etc. Is it only the convenience? Is it only the sustainability side? Right. So they were really focusing in on that.
Yeah, Dean. So I mean, if you look at their business model, what they're doing is they're sourcing or outsourcing production of the machine itself in China.
Right.
They're sourcing the detergent or whatever liquid product they're putting into the machine, right? So where is the core competency of the company? What's the competitive advantage, right, that you could find in the company itself? What are their value proposition again?
Right.
One judge actually a couple judges asked, what's the defense? How are they defensible? Right. What's preventing other big players or other competitors in taking their market? If they were to be a little bit successful, you can be sure there will be competitors in the market for sure.
Yeah, they mentioned specifically a company called Blue Land, and the move away from liquid detergents to powder and dissolvable pods that are so popular now, and how does this company differentiate itself in that sense? And why? And also they were asking why don't you sell pods? Why don't you add those to your vending machine, right? Yeah, very, very tough questions. The team, how do you think they handled the questions?
I think they did okay. They tried to defend their strategy, their business model in the way that they planned it, but I'm not sure if the judges bought it. And why I say that is because you can see the judges keep asking the same questions over and over between all the judges that we see on the panel, right?
Sure. You've been through this before. When you were a student here at Sasin, you did competitions. What's it like being up on stage when you think you've planned for every scenario? You think you've thought of every possible question, and then a judge throws a question at you that you haven't thought of. I mean, what's it like up there?
Definitely. So I think you can expect that to happen to every team or even every stage, right? There's always going to be some questions you never thought of, but I think how you do it is you have to remain calm and really try to understand what the judge is asking and answer to the best of your abilities, right? But if you can't answer, of course, it's always the easy way out, which is saying you look into it and get back to you afterwards.
Right. I always it always seems to happen where the judges are asking a question and then the teams they start answering the question and the judges just say, no, wait, that's not what I'm asking, right? Listening to the judge's question is, I think that's really tough, right?
Yeah, that's very, very important actually, right? We see a lot of teams actually sometimes they don't get what the judges is really asking or what the judges is trying to get to. Right. So you really have to try to understand what the judge is saying and maybe anticipate what he's getting into, what he really wants to know about your business.
Right. You kind of a lot of times the participants are assuming they know what he's asking when they haven't listened to the question properly.
Yeah,
right? That's always tough. Yeah. Well, the team did well. They had a lot of tough questions, but they got through their presentation, and we'll see how the judges score them, I guess, later. So that was Team Washwagon from Nanyang Business School in Singapore. We've got 3 more teams coming up after this. Green Acres Processing from Cornell University, the Moonbeam Company from National University of Singapore, and Customized Technologies from Singapore University of Technology and Design. 3 more teams to go. What did you think of the first 2 teams?
I think it was very good. Yeah, I mean, Reborn, I think they have a very interesting innovation, right, that can bring to the market. But again, they got some tough questions as well.
Right.
The first team, what was it? Fact certified, right?
Yep.
Again, also very interesting solution to a very big problem, like with the alcohol and drinks and tempering of all those products, right? So again, very interesting products or technology that all these teams are bringing to the stage today.
Yeah, and a lot of focus on sustainability. I mean, the last 2 teams in particular are focused on the plastics industry and the plastic waste problem that we have. So it's refreshing to see that kind of focus, I guess, from the teams.
Yes, it's definitely refreshing, and I mean now we see a big shift in the world, right, and in business as well, of move towards more sustainable solutions, sustainable products, sustainable business models, and there's also government regulations to help with these things, and I think these teams are doing well in capitalizing on the opportunities that's coming up with sustainability.
And that certainly fits in with the theme of this competition, which is growing impactful ventures. And hopefully we'll see a lot more of ventures that are focusing on the impact that they have on the sustainability factor. And of course, that's a main part of the judging criteria as well, right? So, okay, so 3 more teams to go. We've heard from a team from Japan, a team from the US, and a team from Singapore, and now we've got 2 more teams from Singapore and 1 more team from the US to go after this. So still lots to hear from, a long way to go until we wrap things up around 12:30 this afternoon, and then later in the afternoon, I think around 3 p.m., we will have the royal ceremony where we will announce the winner of this year's SCG Bangkok Business Challenge at Sasin 2023. It's been a long 2.5 days of competition, lots of interesting presentations from 20 teams from around the world, and we are really enjoying what we're seeing. A big shift. Somebody mentioned to me yesterday that there are fewer apps. Last year there seemed to be a lot of apps were part of where the main the teams were selling their apps, but not so much this year.
Yeah, not so much. I think we're seeing some more deep tech, like we like to call it, right?
Yeah.
Some physical technology, physical products.
Okay. All right. Well, that's it from us for now, and I think we're ready to go back inside and hear from team number 4.
Okay, welcome back. Please take your seats. We're about to begin the next pitch. So this is halfway through already. So 3 pitches already done. We have 3 more to go. Please welcome our next team, Green Acres Processing from Cornell University, United States of America. Okay, so maybe it's time to reintroduce our judges. I'm going to introduce you to our first judge from my left to right. So Dr. Andrew Stotts from A. Stotts Investment Research. Next to him, Ms. Shannon Kalyanamit, 5G Catalyst Technologies. In the middle, Paul Ark from the Radical Fund. Ms. Xingyi Tao, Hello Tomorrow Asia. And Robert Lomnis from Sasin Bangkok Venture Club. Okay, so team, you have 30 minutes. After 5 minutes, you get this time, the screen will show fully interactive, so the judges are allowed to ask questions. And then we have 2 time warnings, 3 minutes and 1 minute before the end. All right? So you also, another team came through the playoff, right? So you had more practices than everybody else.
We got a little practice in yesterday.
Okay.
We'll see how this goes.
All right. So you all good?
Sounds good.
Okay, so we'll start the clock as soon as you begin.
All right.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thanks for having us today. Imagine a world of all biosustainable everyday items, from clothes to building materials, paper to plastic, animal bedding to feminine hygiene products. Well, it is possible because they can all be made out of hemp. Hi, my name is Haley Green, and I'm the founder and CEO of Green Acres Processing. I am joined by my COO, Danielle Falcon. We aren't here to talk to you today about just another app or a novel new concept. We are here to talk to you about why the United States is falling behind in the race to replace petroleum products. We are here to talk to you about building a supply chain for sustainable goods. We are here to talk to you about creating well-paying jobs and keeping agriculture a viable option for our farmers. We are here today to talk with you about our innovative business model that will lead the industrial hemp revolution in the United States towards a more sustainable future for all. Hemp is so much more than CBD, and it has a proven track record throughout the world. It is one of the best replacements for petroleum-based products. It's one of the best replacements for petroleum-based products, and we need to ensure a sustainable supply chain in order to make that realization come true. Hemp has a rich history throughout the world. In fact, Henry Ford designed a bioplastic Model T that was made with hemp and it ran on hemp biofuels. Let that sink in for a second. Hemp biofuel. Hemp was extremely popular in the United States prior to its banning in the 1930s, and you would think with the re-legalization in 2018 that a quick establishment of the supply chain would have occurred, but that's not what we saw. Green Acres Processing will lead the charge in ensuring a sustainable supply chain for biosustainable product manufacturers. In 2021 and 2022, there was over 6 million pounds of industrial hemp harvested but not sold. Why? The lack of fiber processing equipment for fiber and hurd. The lack of fiber processors can be traced directly back to the high barriers to entry. There are several. One, the cost. It is extremely expensive to buy the processing equipment and the facilities. The seeds, permitting licenses, and testings are costly. Emerging markets are daunting. There's a stigma about cannabis, which hemp is not. Green Acres Processing will lead the charge in ensuring the sustainability of a supply chain throughout the U.S.
Thank you, Haley. So our integrative business model combined with our strong team will actually mitigate many of those barriers to entry. We are a processor that will work hand in hand with our farmers, gaining their trust through our knowledge, our integration with the farmers, and also our guarantee to pay above market price for their hemp. We have a team dedicated to our business development and industry knowledge. And what's more is that we have a dual revenue stream. So our primary revenue stream is actually our B2B sales to manufacturers. So we actually contract farmers, work with the farmers to grow the hemp. We take that hemp and process it into fiber and hurd, and then we sell it through B2B transactions to manufacturers who will use that fiber and hurd in in-state products. Our second revenue stream is going to be our work with local farmers for contract toll processing. This is actually working with local independent growers. We have them pay us to process their hemp, we turn it into fiber and hurd, and then we return it to the farmer so they can sell it to manufacturers. Let's dig a little deeper into our seed to sale process. So I do want to point out that we're working to de-risk this growing for the hemp farmers. What that means is we're actually going to hold the growing license, and we're going to be the ones that provide the seeds and the testing for our hemp growers. Once they have the seeds and have planted, it takes 100 to 120 days for that hemp to mature enough to be harvested. Once harvested, it's baled, very similar to what you see hay bales, like big round bales. Those bales can either be stored indefinitely or they can move on to processing. When moved to processing, they're sent through the decorticator. So Green Acres Processing, we will have a single decorticator. That decorticator turns it into fiber and hurd, and then it is sold to the manufacturers to turn into those final goods. For our first 5 years, we plan to focus on businesses in the paper, feminine hygiene, building material, and animal bedding industries. We currently have verbal agreements with 2 businesses. First is Trace. Trace is a feminine hygiene product business, and they will be buying our fiber. The second is LA Dressage, which is a local horse stable, and they will be buying our herd. So we hope to become a certified B Corp, and our focus...
Sorry, Danielle, before you
Yes.
move on to the sustainability, one of the questions I didn't ask yesterday, this is a commodity-based business model.
Correct.
Right? And very often what you see with agricultural commodities that are in low supply and high demand is that all of a sudden people start thinking it's a good idea to start producing that commodity. The commodity goes up significantly in terms of volume, the demand remains vaguely the same, and you see a massive amount of price attrition, all right? And to use a not, totally far-flung example, let's look at cannabis in the United States, all right, where the price per pound has decreased significantly over a period of time. Could you talk to me a little bit about just maybe over the last 36 months, the price evolution of hemp, given this imbalance, and kind of where you see that going in the future?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Robert. So yes, you are correct with the cannabis price, but I think a better thing to look at would actually be what happened with floral-based hemp for CBD products in the United States. Upon the U.S. Farm Bill in 2018, when hemp was re-legalized, there was an incredible boom of hemp growers, predominantly for floral hemp, okay? So that is not the same type of hemp that we will be growing, just to clarify. And what happened was there was plenty of processing equipment, but because of the huge influx of CBD products in the United States, it led to a drastic bust. The farmers lost out, and actually there are farmers throughout the United States, but especially in New York, that grew both fiber and floral hemp in the hopes that there would be processing capacity, and they're still sitting on those bales today waiting for somebody to buy it. The main issue here is the lack of processing equipment for the fiber and hurd. So it's a little hard to say if there will be a bust in the market, to be honest, because we don't have the market to prove it. But we do know that many sources are looking at a 17% compounded annual growth rate through 2030 across the world. And that's on every spectrum of fiber and hurd and grain hemp. And they're saying the only way it's not going to achieve that if there's not the processing capacity. The buyers are there, the demand is there, but it's that middle step processing that just isn't happening, especially in the United States, that's going to impinge the market from moving forward.
If I can ask for the sake of my own understanding. So it sounds like, the processing of hemp and the lack of equipment means that there are some very particular procedures that are necessary to process fiber and hurd. Can you tell me a little bit about that? Because obviously it sounds like you can't take, maybe what's already out there in, fiber processing. So what's unique about that, and what is the impact on, the cost per unit of output, or the input requirements, the waste output? So, because the reason why I'm asking is I'm thinking about this from, if you're competing against a petroleum equivalent product, how does the processing of hemp, is it more expensive per kilogram of output? Does it produce more waste, less waste? Presumably less if you're trying to sell carbon credits. I just want to understand what's the difference between processing something that's petroleum-based versus processing something that's hemp-based.
To be completely honest, I know nothing about processing petroleum. All I know is it's killing us every single day, and we need better answers. I mean, it's just a fact.
But I philosophically agree with that. But
Yeah.
if someone tells me that processing hemp, the processing cost per kilogram is going to be 5x, 10x more expensive than petroleum, you're not gonna convince a big enough proportion of the consumer population to change over. And if you tell me that, oh, well, oops, it requires more heat, it requires more chemical processing, it actually produces more effluent, then it sort of degrades the entire argument. So I just want to understand what's the difference between status quo.
Let me give you one anecdote and then part of our model to move forward to make sure this is a success. So I recently heard this insane story that I really didn't believe until I looked into it further. In the early 2000s, when a group of people were trying to get hemp re-legalized in the United States, they literally just took hemp biofuel, poured it into a Mercedes, which, not exactly a Toyota, poured it into their Mercedes and drove across the country to prove that you can just put hemp biofuel into your vehicle and you're ready to go. So I think it just proves how easy it is to swap it out. We just have to swap our mentality. And then as far as our business model, to ensure we can grow our customer base and have a steady stream of reliable customers year over year, I'm going to use Liz Austin Dressage as the example. So animal bedding in the US is predominantly based out of pine shavings. It's fine. Sometimes it's pretty dusty, not as good for the horses. It's sold for about $7.25 a bag. So in order to get Liz Austin Dressage and other equestrians to move from the relatively inexpensive pine shavings over to the much better hemp shavings, it's been proven in Europe that it is better for the horses. It keeps the stables cleaner, less smelly, it's more absorbent.
Can I just,
Yep.
What I just don't understand is that I grew up in Ohio and I worked on a farm right near my home. And farming is very common and now pretty much industrialized in America. So it seems like if there wasn't legislation problems, this would just boom.
Yeah,
So I just want to understand the.
Yeah, absolutely.
It
No,
seems like there'd be a lot of competitors, and it's not like it's a super complex thing.
Yeah. So just let me finish with Paul. Paul, our plan is to start our pricing so it's comparable to pine shavings, so that way it's not a burden on the business, and then go from there once we have the reliable.
But that wasn't Paul's question. Paul's question was, what does the decorticator that does the processing do? How bad is that decorticator for the environment? And aren't there other pieces of equipment that already exist that do the same thing that your decorticator does? I mean, that was the way I understood it.
I'm just trying to understand what's the differential from the existing product. If you're telling me that processing, hemp, requires specialized machinery, then I want to know what is the impact in terms of cost per bushel, cost per kilogram of output, and then environmentally, because I think the product itself might be more sustainable, but if it requires far more energy, far more chemical input, net, it may not actually be better. And it could be better, it could be worse. I just don't know. That's why I'm asking the question, because I don't understand the process.
Thank you for that. And we'll dig in a little deeper to that, but essentially we hope to have a zero waste facility, and we hope to run entirely on solar and wind power. So that is going to cut the carbon footprint substantially. And then in terms of the actual comparison to the petroleum products, I don't think we have that information right now. That's definitely something that we need to dig into. But I think that that's a very important thing that we're looking at, is not just the sustainability of the in-state product, but also the processing itself of the product, the build of our actual industrial facility, to make sure that we're not just saying, hey, we're more sustainable, we are actually being more sustainable.
So let me ask, so when you say that your target is a net zero processing facility, have you already determined whether that's technologically feasible? Or, I mean, it's a great goal,
yes.
But is it achievable?
So we're looking at buying a decorticator that is made in the U.S. because I don't want to buy one of the European ones and transport it over and use all of those terrible emissions getting it here. But so the U.S. machine, they have proven it can run on wind power. Unfortunately for solar, they haven't found a battery capacity strong enough yet for the machine. They're still working on that. But we can use wind for the decorticator and solar for the remainder of our output for the facility. And so the decorticator takes this bale of hay, the bale of straw, right? You put it through and it breaks it into two main categories. Fiber, which can be used for clothes, and then hurd, which is literally, it looks like a wood chip, and we have some over at our booth if you'd like to see. let's just say building material. I can sell that herd to a building manufacturer, and they can do, all they have to do is one thing. They add some lime and water, and they have a concrete-like structure. And so there is no additional output for them. And what happens that's different than a wood building per se, and concrete doesn't do this at all, is it's like a living building. That hempcrete wall continues to sequester carbon throughout its lifespan. So its emissions are completely different than a normal building.
I'm just concerned that we're running out of time, and I just wonder what's the revenue and profit forecast that you guys have, just so I can understand, like, how big is this going to be?
For sure. Well, and I want to get to your point on the farmers. So one of the things, you are absolutely correct about the industrialization of farming, and this is just looking at New York commodity pricing, so it is different than Ohio, I'm sure. But this is the total revenue per acre that a farmer would see if they were planting cow corn or cow soybeans. Somebody asked if it was for people food yesterday, and I want to just be very clear. It's for cow corn and soybeans. So when I was building the original modeling, I wanted to just be better than the revenue a farmer would see. And this is revenue, not profitability. But then I was like, oh, wait. I have a solar company that's trying to come in and land lease my farm, and it's no longer going to be a farm. So instead of looking at the $1,000 of revenue a farmer might see from corn, I took the $1,500 an acre that a solar company is willing to pay for your farm to no longer be a farm, and I one-upped that. So we are dedicated to ensuring farmers can remain farmers.
Is there any additional machinery that a farmer has to have in order to grow and harvest?
Great question. No, it's amazing. Everything that you use for hay and corn, it can be used for hemp. The main machinery that they need is what the decorticator is to turn it into the fiber and herd. And then as far as the financing, so we're looking at a CapEx of $4.7 million, a steady state cash flow year over year of a little over $7 million, which brings us to, when we're fully operational, a valuation of $68 million. And this is just based on one decorticator in one facility. It would greatly increase as we expand facilities. A quick snapshot of our revenue shows that we will be profitable by year 2, even though we are drastically underutilizing our processing capability.
And sorry, is that one decorticator, or is that?
This is based on one decorticator line.
So that seems extremely profitable.
Correct.
And profit usually attracts competition. Is all that the competitor has to do is buy that decorticator, or is there more to it than that?
I think honestly, yeah, it should have just been buy a couple decorticators and we should have had an established supply chain. But instead, what everybody in the US did was they went all in on floral hemp. They got scared because the market boomed and busted. And now the few people that are potentially interested in hemp really are moving into cannabis, and the same thing is going to happen in that market. Right now, as of this moment, there are less than 10 decorticators in the entirety of the United States. There are none that are up and operational in the Northeast. There's a huge market gap.
That has some attractiveness to it, but it also has some concern related to it. Why is it? I mean, if this is such a great opportunity, wouldn't we expect that there would be 5 or 10 or 20 and they're growing and they're doubling every, like I'm kind of comfortable investing in something where I see there's a rising, so just explain why it is that there's none operating.
You worked on a farm. How many farmers do you know that can go $4.7 million in debt to build a new facility, buy a 7-figure machine, potentially buy more tractors if they need?
But is it the farmer's not the one that's doing the processing? I mean, I think about the farm that I was on. We basically baled hay, and then we sold that hay.
Yeah, of course.
So he wasn't investing that. But explain that a little bit more.
So you have to, in order to manufacture this, you have to have relationships with farmers. So right now in the U.S., the largest industrial hemp processing company is in Montana. They were farmers, they own farmland, and that is kind of what we're hoping to do. I own a 265-acre farm in upstate New York. I've been living there full time since 2020, and I know these farmers. We have dinner with them. We talk to them every day. I know their pain points. I can build that trust with them and talk them through why I know it's important that they remain farmers and not sell out to that solar company.
Can I have a question? So, just so I understand, to me, you sound like in rice farming, like you're the mill, basically, right? That is your business.
I don't know rice, but yeah, that sounds
so
right.
basically, you have farmers, they contract for you. You also supply the seeds.
Yep.
Right?
Yes, we
so
will.
You supply this
permit, license, and test for the farmers.
Right. So basically, you're identifying a new crop that traditionally people are not harvesting or cropping or farming or whatever, right? So basically, you identified hemp, and then you're like, hey guys, take some seeds. I'll buy your product. I'll mill it or farm it or this decor process it for you. I also have customers for you, like the tampon person thingy.
Trace.
And then Trace, and then the farm, right? So that's basically you are. So your business is, you're the middleman that facilitates all that. Can I go to your financials? Because then back to
the revenue, or
like overall, do you have like an overall? Oh, this is it. Okay,
This
so
is
revenue minus up, but you don't have your capex.
This is the capex.
No, but something that summarizes everything, like a P&L.
So, I mean...
No, I have it all on different slides.
The other slide that you just showed, I think, is just showing the model of one machine.
Correct.
Yeah, do you have...
Yeah, so thanks to what Shannon's asking, it's like, how many machines do you plan to add, and what is it going to look like the bigger picture?
Because we're trying to approach you as an investor, right?
Absolutely.
So I want to see your whole business.
We want to prove our proof of concept that we can create this supply chain and that our model works, that we can get the farmers to trust us, that we can keep farmers growing hemp in this rotational crop series, and we're going to start that in upstate New York. One of the things that I think you would be interested in...
I think you're supposed to prove if this business is viable, right? So if you make money and it's worth putting money in.
Yeah.
I trust that you probably can get all the farmers in, and hemp's amazing, yay. But where's the money?
Well, so before I go back to the map, so we have 3 different yields here. Everything is very tied into the acres that will grow. We have an ideal scenario, a USDA national average benchmark, and our forecasted grow. The reason that we're picking upstate New York, besides I have the farm there that we can start the grow on, we know the farmers, is New York has an incredibly strong yield acreage compared to the rest of the country. So when we look at growth expansion...
Do you have a summary of the P&L? Like, here's how much I'm going to make in year 1.
Show the P&L for the 9 million.
And then
that
here's
one,
how much I'm
okay?
gonna...
So basically what you're saying is a single unit with a 4.7 million spend will ultimately have a steady state EBIT of 9.6 million, right?
Correct.
So if you build 11 of them, which is kind of what you said on your expansion plan, it'll cost you $50 million to build them all, and you'll have a business generating roughly $100 million of EBIT a year.
Yes.
That's the numbers. Thank
Correct.
you.
Thank you, Robert. We are starting with $2 million towards our StartX, which will... Yes, we're currently seeking $2 million towards our StartX, which will go towards down payments on the decorticator line and the facility build. We are planning on raising a total of $7 million, split evenly between equity investment and federal funding. We plan to use the Inflation Reduction Act and all other green building incentives.
But that's where this is important, right? Because you want $2 million, and then you're going to put that investment when, and then what? You know, like what year?
The $2 million is the start. You know, basically our pre-seed is our $2 million, and so we would need the rest of it by So right now we're in our setup, which is when we hope to do the 2 million pre-seed, and we would need the rest of the 7 million.
So why aren't you raising the total amount now? Why are you raising it in 2 tranches?
That's a great question. Thank you. I want to raise it in 2 tranches. One, because if we do 2 million in StartX costs now, it'll help us with the federal and state grant money. And so I feel confident if we do 2 million in equity investment, I'll be able to quickly match that or potentially even do greater than half of the 7 million in federal and state funds.
What do you need to show to the government to qualify for the grant money? Because from an investor point of view, it would make sense to go after the non-dilutive funding first, show some progress.
Yeah.
And then go to an investor for equity capital.
Yeah.
Because you're going to equity capital and saying, you give me 2 million now, and all I have to show you for it is I haven't started operation yet because I can't sell anything until I get the grant money.
Can I also add on to Paul's question? I'm trying to understand what makes this a venture actually, because I'm not sure what about it would be unique to you that somebody else can't do with financing. And if that's the case, what about just taking out loans and debt instead of equity?
Or get like a farming cooperative and they buy their own decorticator.
Yeah, what's the difference?
So I am willing to bet the farm on this if I have to, and part of the part of the plan is to go for debt financing if necessary. As far as to Paul's point on what we need to show for the grant funding, so New York has several things available, and actually the head of the State Senate Ag Committee, who I happen to get elected, is working on putting together something specifically for getting fiber processing equipment into New York. There's one fund in New York that does like to be a first fund opportunity. We are not quite ready to open the doors with them. We wanted to get a little bit more traction before we started talking to them. And then there are other funds throughout New York that want to see an initial investor before they come in, at least in the 100 to 250,000 range. We do have an investor on board who really believes in our mission and our project and what we are trying to do here. And one of the reasons there's good synergy is he believes, in his words, if I'm not getting at least half of this in free money from the state and the government, then I am doing something wrong. And I think it's there for a purpose. The state wants to support farmers. The state knows that they need to support farmers. We also have in New York, as well as across the country, in alignment with the Paris Accords, tons of things to get farming more sustainable.
Sorry, can I understand? What about this is proprietary to you? What's stopping someone else from doing the exact same thing with financing?
I mean, nothing's proprietary here. The machines have been being used in Europe for decades. We are so behind. The thing that sets us apart is our innovative, integrated model that will hopefully ensure farmers continue to grow hemp for years to come for us as contracted farmers. Any other questions or no? Okay. Join us in proving that you can be in manufacturing and still think green. Green Acres Processing is committed to, above all, doing good by lifting up farmers and creating a sustainable future for our community, our economy, and our planet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Green Acres Processing. Well done. So we're going to take another short break, and we'll come back with the next team, which is the Moonbeam Co. from National University of Singapore. Okay, over to you, Dean.
Okay, we're back now, and we've just heard from Green Acres Processing from Cornell University, and I'm back here with Kun Champ again. So, a very interesting product. We're talking about fiber hemp. What was your take on the presentation?
Yeah, I think it's definitely an interesting new product, right? Or actually, as she mentioned, it's an interesting old product that was banned maybe almost 100 years ago. aside from the fiber hemp, of course, the bio-hemp fuel, that's very interesting alternative to see happen.
Yeah, and they seem quite committed to the product and to the farming communities. The main presenter has a farm herself and knows the business very well. But still some tough questions from the judges.
Yes, definitely still some tough questions. Again, the investors or the judges are looking if they invest into this business, how are they going to make the money back, right? Again, that's the main goal of VCs. They want to make the returns.
Right. And it always seems to come back to the financials. I know Andrew Stotts, one of the judges, is a financial guy and teaches that. But pretty much with every team, it all comes back to the financials, the return on investment, the scalability, et cetera. That's always where it starts.
Yes, I mean, again, the business or the team themselves, they have to understand. They're the one who understand the business the most, hopefully,
right.
And they have to run the financial and the forecast to actually show investors that they've thought of everything, they've included everything, and with what they're seeing, which again is something investors are going to view as optimistic, right? That's going to make enough money for the investor to give the returns that they want. If that doesn't make sense, then they might not buy it or they might not invest into it.
Right, absolutely. Well, we saw the previous team, the vending machine team, were talking about Singapore as the market that they were starting in. This team seems to be obviously in the U.S. from Cornell University, but they're looking at Canada and the U.S. to start their expansion. Does this look like a scalable business?
I think it does, according to what she's presenting to us and what information we got from the presenters. If you look at what the judges are asking as well, the model that the presenters are showing is only one machine, right? It can easily scale into 10 or 11 machines. That's what she's presenting. So there's market for it. That's what she's saying, and I think we might be able to take her word for it. So there's definitely some market for this business.
She made the analogy of the judges kept asking, why is nobody doing this? Why is nobody in this? And she made the analogy about the floral hemp for CBD products, and that kind of the price just dropped and it's basically a bust. Again, is this, taking her word for it, is this a huge opportunity, really, and that's not being addressed in the market?
Right, and I mean, actually that's one of the judge's concern as well, that maybe if it's actually a good business, when it starts to take off, there'll be so many suppliers or other farmers or other competitors that jump into the market, and that can cause an oversupply in the market and make the price drop and create a bust in the market, as what we've seen with the flower or hemp flower seeds, right?
And I think there's also concern in the U.S. Of course, agriculture is so industrialized. You would think that some of the big players would jump into this market, and really just with their resources take over the industry, basically.
Yes. So I think it comes back to her forecast on the selling price of the end products of the farm, right? The hemp fibers or even hemp oil. If that price is reasonable, that is not going to drop like other agricultural products if it's seen when there's a oversupply, right? If that's a reasonable price that she's forecast, maybe he can maintain the profit levels of her business and actually become profitable and scalable.
Right. Okay. What did you think of their presentation? Their presentation skills?
I think they did very well. I think she was a little bit nervous in the beginning, as we might have seen, but then she really got her composure back, and she did really well in the Q&A, so it was a good conversation between her and the judges.
Yeah, I thought there was a lot of give and take in the judges. They were asking questions, and she was responding to them quite well. It was kind of an engaging discussion between the judges and the team.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, so that was Green Acres Processing from Cornell University, and we have now heard from 4 different teams. Do you have a front runner so far?
I have some in my mind that I like, but we'll see. We never know what the judges think.
Exactly. So we've got 2 more teams to go. Both of them are from Singapore. One is from National University of Singapore, the Moonbeam Company, And the last one is from the Singapore University of Technology and Design, the customized technologies. So just two teams left. We've heard from 4 already. Again, really interesting products or projects that we're looking at. And again, hemp being another sustainable product, right?
Yes, I think that's the key theme this year that we're seeing.
Yeah, that was another point that came up that was interesting. Was I think Paul Ark was asking about the processing and whether the processing itself would negate the sustainable aspect of the product itself. You know, the hemp product, right?
Yeah. So we see teams present all these fantastic sustainable end products, right? But again, if you're really talking about sustainability, we have to look at the whole value chain or supply chain of how the product is made itself.
Right.
If it's really sustainable, right? And Paul, our concern is there any harmful chemical that was used when it's processed, the hemp?
Yeah, and like we heard earlier with the vending machines as well, the transportation costs, the logistics of delivering those machines to various locations, is that going to negate the sustainability factor?
Yes, and also with Reborn, right? So she's doing recycling plastic, but how are you recycling? Are you using chemicals to recycle, and is that chemical harmful to the environment again? So.
Exactly. All of these things have to be considered, and our judges are deep diving into all of these startups to try and get the answers to these questions. But a lot of moving parts, a lot of things to consider, as I said, and really interesting startups that we're hearing from today from around the world, looking at different markets, different pain points. And as we always say, I was interested to see the Sustainable Development Goals listed on the slides for Green Acres Processing. They're addressing quite a number of Sustainable Development Goals in their startup.
Yes, and it's very exciting to see these entrepreneurs who can become key drivers into driving these sustainable goals to actually achieve them in the 2030 year, as stated by the UN SDGs, right?
It becomes more and more of an urgent issue that we all need to be addressing. So it's, as I said earlier, it's refreshing to see these startups really trying to tackle these issues head on. And we're seeing that this morning with these 6 finalists as they present their startups to the judges. So really, really great. As I said, we have 2 more teams to go, 2 more Singapore teams. And then we'll be finished for the finals of this year's SCG Bangkok Business Challenge at Sasin. And later this afternoon, we'll have the royal ceremony where we will announce the winner of His Majesty the King's Award, and also the winner of Her Royal Highness
Mahachakri Sirinthorn Sustainability Award.
Yeah, exactly. And I note that the teams that were in the sustainability round, all 4 of them are in the finals as well.
Oh, wow.
So again, this year's theme, Growing Impactful Ventures, is certainly appropriate because these ventures are all in that space, the sustainability space, in the impact space as well. So really impressive.
Yes.
So as we get ready for the 5th team, here, it will be the Moonbeam Company from the National University of Singapore, one of 2 Singapore teams left in the finals. We've got 2 more to go, and then we'll be done. I'm looking forward to this team, or the final 2 teams as well. As I said, this has been a really interesting morning. Any other takeaways that you've had watching the first 4 teams?
Yeah, I think aside from the financials that we see, the judges keep digging into all these teams. They also look at the value proposition and if the customer will buy the products these teams are presenting.
Always important, the value proposition and what are the financials. That's the key. So if the last 2 teams are listening, keep an eye on that. Try and present that to the judges and you'll be well on your way maybe to winning it all. So we're ready now back in Sasin Hall, so let's give it back to Kundrai.
Okay, welcome back. Our next team is team the Moonbeam Co. from National University of Singapore. Please give them a warm welcome. Where are they? Okay, there you are. Sneaked up behind me, all right? So congratulations on making to the final. Okay, let me remind you of the format, right? So we have 30 minutes altogether. After 5 minutes, you get the warning saying it's fully interactive. And then we give you 3 minutes before the end time warning, and then 1 minute before the end. Okay, and then at 30 minutes, if you don't finish, I'll cut you off. All right? So, you good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. All right, so we'll start the clock as soon as you begin. Good luck.
Hi everybody, my name is Jia Wei and I'm from the Moonbeam company. So before I start, let me tell you more about why we're even called Moonbeam. Well, there's 3 of us, 1, 2, 3, and we met at this idyllic little place called Moonbeam Estates, and we were just discussing and chatting, over drinks of course. And that's where we imagine a future where food waste becomes a source of nourishment. And that's our vision at Moonbeam, where we want to illuminate the future of food with circularity, and we're dedicated to address food security and waste management. So we're doing so by creating moon grains, which is a revolutionary ingredient packed with protein and fiber, crispy and crunchy, and it can seamlessly replace any grain or flour in food products. And in doing so, we will benefit as many stakeholders as possible. For brewers, they have increased revenue. For consumers, they have increased nutrition. And for manufacturers and food producers, well, they now have a new ingredient they can use for nutritional claims and eco-labels. And you might be wondering, how did we come up with this idea, right? Well, it actually stems from how wasteful the food production can be. So let's take a look at the malted beverage industry. I'm thinking about Milo, Horlicks, Chang Beer, Singha, and even Johnny Walker. They all start in the same way, right? They have malted barley steeping in hot water to extract all the starches and sugars. But what's left behind? It's an enormous amount of spent grains, which is 38 million tons produced annually, globally. Now, these are usually fed to animals or incinerated, especially in places like Singapore, where there are no animals. Yeah, but that's because of the texture. And that's because of the texture. But this actually means that there's a lot of resources inside the spent grains that are not extracted or exploited. And what if I told you that there are billions of dollars left on the table by these malt-producing companies because they aren't extracting or putting the full potential of the spent grains? And that's because the spent grains are fibrous, hard to use, and, well, easy to forget. But at Moonbeam, what we do is we make these nutrients accessible by making the spent grains palatable and versatile as an ingredient. So our proprietary process converts these fibrous spent grains into a crispy, bakeable moon grains. And in doing so, we keep all the fiber and protein inside, and at the same time, we multiply their value by 66 times from something that costs $45 a ton to an ingredient that costs $3,000 a ton. So I've given you some granola over there. Made with these moon grains. So I invite you to try it with me. It's not with me, but yeah, try it for me. And I assure you that along with the hundreds of people that have tried it before you, you'll probably love it because it's crispy, crunchy, and also quite delicious. So by substituting 50% of the oats with our moon grains, what we have done is we've been able to increase the fiber and protein content by 20 to 50% as compared to any other granola brand on the market, while doing so sustainably. And of course, we're not just going to stop at breakfast cereals because that's kind of boring. So if you are able to substitute moon grains into any of your products, you can fortify its nutrition while reducing food waste. And yes, that is the steamed fish you see right there, but it's actually been topped with some crispy garlic chips and crunchy moon grains. Yummy. And we tried it. It's good. So with an ingredient as versatile as moon grains, right? Once we've captured the Singapore and global breakfast cereal market sitting at $80 million and $74 billion respectively, we're moving to adjacent products, which you can think of as bread, cookies, noodles, anything really. You name it, we got it. And yeah, the possibilities are really endless.
So how we are entering the market is pretty unorthodox, and it is through the granola that they are tasting. So we started in Singapore precisely because of its strict food laws and regulations, which give consumers the confidence to actually test and try and purchase some of the products that we are producing. And this gave us an opportunity to understand Sasin, the new generation eco-consumers who looking for products to support their new lifestyle. So as we continue to sell to Sasin, we begin to see that they benefit not just from the sustainability part, they are in fact getting more fiber and protein in their daily diet that they are consuming. So, and they told us that they wish to find products that are as nutritious, as sustainable, as meaningful in food establishments that they actually visit. So this gives us some ideas and a proof of value and proof of concept on the kind of expansion that we can look to and the value that we can add to. And that is to Chef Charlie, who we have named him. So these chefs are looking for alternative ingredients to value add into their restaurant itself. And
Sorry, can I?
Yes.
Proof of concept is a bit of a bear bug for me. This is not proving your concept, is it? I thought your concept is selling an oat substitute to large manufacturers of baked goods and cereal products, etc. Aren't you a B2B company?
Yes. So you're in fact right.
You are. Okay.
Yes, we are.
So a proof of concept to me would be a manufacturer using your spent grain instead of using the oat that they normally purchase. Do you have any situation like that at the moment?
So currently we don't have this situation because I would say the moon grains that we produce is actually quite novel, and that is a new ingredient or new product.
So no manufacturer is buying it yet?
At the moment,
okay.
Yes.
Then the second thing you said that I noticed was that you actually mix the moonbeam grains with regular oat. It's a combination.
Yes.
Why not use 100% moonbeam? Why do you need to do the combination? Because the moonbeam alone tastes like crap? Or what?
No, so, do you want to take the product?
I'll take this question. So it's not really about whether the moon grains taste like crap because, well, it is well, after we've done some research on the formulation in terms of the type of products we've created, we realized and done some consumer testing that this product, this brewer's grains that I have in front of me, which is the granola, well, we've tried with many different formulations in terms of percentages of substitution. We've gone up to 100%, and we are saying that this is the texture that we feel would be the most palatable by consumers.
It's more a texture issue.
It's not an issue, but it's something that we think consumers would be more able to take.
And then last question, all right?
Yes.
So now the manufacturer is substituting half with moonbeam rather than regular oats. How does your product compare in price to what he's just taken out and substituted?
So we have looked at the price of oats and all. So for now, we are definitely priced way higher than regular oats. And in the future, we are looking to push down the price further from. So currently, it's priced at $15 per kg, down all the way to $3 per kg or even lower.
What's the price of oats?
Price of oats is about $1 per kg, depending on where you buy them from.
So at the moment, you're 15 times more expensive.
Yes.
So by substituting half, you make the product 7.5 times more expensive for the manufacturer, which he has to pass on to the consumer.
So the passing on, so the producers will come later on after the chef themselves. So the producers actually comes. So how we intend to scale up the process, which will in fact bring down the cost for production. It is through selling and proving the concept to Sasin, working with chefs to uptake some of these moon grains and incorporate into their menu, and subsequently work with smaller scale niche granola makers or bread makers or whoever to uptake some of these moon grains. And that typically these niche smaller producers are actually priced slightly higher, and they often have some margins to play with, and subsequently as we work down.
What is this? I mean, why are you giving us this? What's the purpose for showing us this?
So the purpose of this is actually to, we're not trying to market the granola itself, but we'll show you the proof of concept or the proof of value actually as to what the moon grains can be. So if you are a producer, we give this to you, or we don't even need to give this to you, we have it in the market, we show that there is traction, people are buying it, people are paying for it.
So you're saying that, okay, this is your product you're going to sell in the market as a demonstration that it's attractive. And you know what one of the largest health problems in the world is? Obesity and diabetes. And I noticed that for every 100 grams of product, 25 grams of this is sugar. This is just a sugar product, and people are buying the sugar aspect of it. So to me, it doesn't convince me of anything. In fact, it convinced me that you're not necessarily socially responsible by providing so much sugar to the consumers out there. So I don't know why you brought this out, but maybe it's better to talk about the B2B aspect. But is there something I got wrong in that?
Maybe I can chime in at this moment. So, of course, like we do understand why like it seems a bit strange, but it would be equally difficult for, I would say, for other people to understand, I would say, our product if we don't actually put it into a product itself, like the possibilities. This is to really show you how we can actually use this ingredient and why we actually use granola, like, because if you heard from us, originally we really started out like how we want to use this sustainably first. So that's why the product range has built from there. And granola by themselves, the perception of granola, or rather taste profiles of granola, from our understanding of consumers, is actually, while there's a health angle, it's not for the health angle. So what do I mean for that is that the consumer perception of granola from our market studies, after interviewing with more than 30 of them, is that it is a means of convenience. So, but the thing is, that's where we agree with you, because we don't want the world to be loaded with sugar, right? And that's where we are actively making steps into how we can actually create even greater value beyond just, I would say, a form of snack to a form of ingredient. And this is something that we are actually exploring, of how we can imbue, I would say, products and even like dishes with more proteins and fiber by using itself. So in this case, we do understand that like maybe it seems very sweet now, but what we are saying is that, you know, this is just one possibility amongst many others. And when we can actually improve the nutritional profile, right, we're starting from just 10% as well, and instead of like looking at the whole 50% that you're seeing in this product as well.
I'm trying to understand like how and the problem you're trying to solve, because it sounds to me you're trying to find a problem to solve. Like you have this great product that you think is the grains, right, the spent grains, and then you're trying to find what to do with it. Is that a good solution? Is that a good, accurate description? Because the thing is, right now, the oats is your comparable, right? And as Rob said, like you're what, 15x or 7x higher than that, but you're trying to say that it's because of nutritional value. That's why you're paying a higher price. Is that a fair? Is that what you're saying? That point one. Yeah. But my main question is, have you figured out from the spent grains what's the highest, best use case of that would have the most money? Like, have you figured it out? Because you have fiber here. Like, does that mean you're going to go into clothing? Like, I'm trying to understand.
All right. So for us, why we choose food is actually more from the angle of like, first of all, because we come from a culture of food, but more importantly is how we see how nutrient loss translates in along the chain. So when we actually use spent grains for consumption for humans, this is one of the more efficient manner of like nutrient transfer. So when we started this project and subsequently building this, is really how we can actually, I would say, create this more sustainable way of consumption through a more sustainable way of production. So in terms of the finances, like I would say that we are not too sure what is the best use of spent grains for now. I would say the current most popular way is using it as animal feed. But even then, that is a very lowly priced things. And in this spent grains innovation space, there's protein space, there's fiber space, and also snack space as well. And I would say that, yeah, I don't think that any of us have figured things out yet.
So it's a raw material.
So I can ask. So so basically, you're saying at the moment, the best use case for spent grains is animal feed, correct?
The current perceived best way is animal feed.
Okay, so you're saying that your better solution is as an ingredient into human consumables that is more expensive, and then ultimately, if you're creating a finished consumer product, is less healthy because of the sugar content. That's what I'm trying to understand, because sustainability is not just environment; it is health. So, if I'm sitting there saying, well, because if you're saying that there is a use case as animal feed, that means that at least it's not, it's not becoming methane in a landfill. So that sounds like a pretty good use case already.
To almost any waste, it becomes edible.
Yeah, but it's like if you're already using it, then you're saying in order to be more sustainable, in order for it to be quote unquote more sustainable, you have to include a lot of sugar. It says brown sugar, and it's not a quarter, Andrew. It's over a third because it's 70 grams product by waste. And the processing cost is just going to be a lot more expensive than to just use it as animal feed. So I'm just trying to understand that from a health perspective and an economics perspective, I'm not getting it.
So let me try to take this question. I guess from the health perspective, I think the key value or the key point that we are trying to prove using the granola isn't to create a much granola option that is less in sugar, but it's but rather just substituting the oats with the protein with the moon grains itself and leaving everything as it is allows you to get much more fiber and much more protein.
But why didn't you do that? All right. I mean, I'm a cynical person, right? And my read is, right? My read is very simple. I eat granola every day. My granola is super low sugar. I believe the only reason you added a lot of sugar to this is that if you didn't, your product doesn't make this taste very good. So why didn't you make a low sugar sample for us? You wouldn't have had this problem.
You're right. That we could make a product with lower sugar, but I think what we were trying to do at the start, or what we were really trying to do at the start, is really to show how easily moon grains can be substituted into new products, and that was where we look into the
Sorry, you
the
keep not
market.
answering my question.
Yes.
You could make a product with less sugar.
Yes.
What does that product taste like? Could you sell it to Sasin?
Yes.
You could?
We could.
Then why aren't you making a low sugar product?
Okay, well, yeah, I'll take that. Because I think we need to go back to what we're trying to do over here. We're trying to reimagine what the future looks like, where food waste becomes a nutrition source. So what we're trying to do with the granola
but
is
if it's
that
animal feed, it's not food waste. There is a productive use to spend grain.
Okay, so
you're just saying that we want to alter that use case, but we just need to make it. The processing cost is going to be 15x, and we have to add a lot of sugar just to use it.
Okay.
So this isn't stuff that from what I'm hearing, it's not tons of spent grain decomposing in a landfill. There is an existing use case.
I mean, the one person you seem to be benefiting is the brewer, right? Because instead of the brewer selling the spent grain for $45 a ton to an animal feed company, they get to sell it for $3,000 a ton to a food company, right? Wasn't that the numbers you showed?
Maybe I can answer more. Wait. Once again, the sugar content in this is really because of this specific product that has already, I would say, in terms of consumer tasting, this is what consumers prefer. Of course, we can make lower sugar alternatives, but then if nobody actually buys it, because where we are.
No, but my point is, the spent grains at the moment, the brewer owns, right?
Yes.
How much does he sell them for? $45 a ton.
Yeah.
If he used your process and transformed them into moon grains, he could sell them to a bread manufacturer or a cereal manufacturer for $3,000 a ton, right? Isn't that what that says? That now they're worth 3,000 a ton instead of 45 a ton, right? Yeah?
Yes.
So why don't you just sell the processing technology to the brewer so that they can make their own spent grains more valuable?
Okay, so I think it's more about what we're doing at the moment. We haven't really covered what's happening at the end yet. So if we can cover it afterwards, we will let you know what is the plan in the end. But to answer your question about the consumer part of, as in why we've created this thing, is so that we can prove that there's some traction, because this is something that a lot of people go for. You know, you might be someone who goes for something low sugar, but the majority of people don't go for something that's low sugar. So we're trying to prove that concept that, hey, you know, I can just substitute something inside.
While you're at it, have you proven the 3,000 a ton yet?
We do have a pilot customer actually, so but then can tell you more about.
And they will pay at this price?
In fact, what they're going to pay us is 15,000 a ton. We have a pilot customer that is willing to do that. So this target price of 3,000 is actually where we're trying to go and meet that, that commodity price, which is $1,000.
Can you talk about how it got from 45 to 15 or 3,000? Like, what do you do that's so special? Like, can you talk about that?
Okay.
Okay. So the spent grains itself are actually extremely fibrous, very, very difficult to be consumed by humans, since they are always passed to animal feed. So what makes it very fibrous and very difficult to eat is precisely because of the protein and the high fiber content that is inside. So the spent grains are actually made of about 60 to 70% fiber, about 20% protein, and 10% a mix of residual sugars and all. So so when they collect it, they dry it, they fry it, or they do various process to it, it still doesn't alter that texture. So where we come in, it's really we have this texture alterator modification process that makes the grains a lot crispier, a lot easier to eat. So when you consume the moon grains just like that, it is quite brittle, it is quite crispy, and it has a texture that is quite similar
and
to oat.
How expensive is that process?
The process, I would say it's not expensive.
Okay,
the
so
only
it's
expensive
like
part is the
some
manpower.
common ingredients that you're putting in there, enzymes and
it's a mix of enzymes, timings, and
then some
temperatures.
mixing machine or something like that, and it takes a period of time to go through that process. So the first question is that easily copied, number one? And number two, I mean, if you are, let's just say that it's not that expensive, then we can say that if you could sell it at 3,000 per ton, maybe it's going to cost you $50 per ton, right? So if you say $50 plus another 45 or 50, let's say, so basically you've got a money machine, right? You're making $2,900 for every $3,000 that you sell. Does that make sense, or what do you think?
Yes, I think that makes sense.
So you're making you got a money machine. So if you got a money machine, the question is, if I see you have a money machine, I'm going to come in and try to beat and compete that. What do you have that will stop me or any other competitor from coming in and doing your biotransformation process?
So what makes this process difficult is the mix of formulations and enzymes that actually goes into it.
Yeah, but I have a team that can do that. We can mix all day long until we come up with what you guys came up with.
So yes. I think it's whether or not you have a patent on your process.
So we are not looking to make a patent because from different case studies, such as Oatly, when they patent their process to convert oats into milk, that opens up different avenues for people to switch different adjuncts and different things to get to the same final product. So,
right, so it's just a
so
trade
it will be kept
secret.
as a trade secret.
So you are a technology, right? So you have this IP developed in-house. That's your value add right now.
Yes.
And then this moon grain part, your other value add is trying to make it appetizing so then people would buy it? I mean, do you have that?
No,
the sales channel, like, because you're selling direct to people who's going to use it? Like, I'm trying to understand what your value add. If you're a tech company, then great. I mean, that's completely fine and perfect, actually. If you're trying to do too much and talk to Charlie.
Yeah, but this is just proof of concept for your B2B business, all right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But to get back to Andrew's point, one other thing will happen, even if you can protect your technology, because I was in a similar business, taking waste from someone and then converting it into a much higher value product. The minute the brewer knows that you can convert something into a $3,000 product, they're not going to sell it to you for $45 anymore. That price is going to go up to $800, $900, all right? Because they know you can make $3,000, all right? So certainly don't, in your business model, count on being able to continue to buy this stuff for almost nothing, all right? They're not idiots. And I go back to my point, which is you'd be much better off letting them make the money and licensing the technology to them and being a true B2B tech company, which I think may have been advice given by some other smart mentors yesterday.
Yes. Thank you for the advice. I think we can get some advice from IP, I guess, after the...
So is the process, like, protected? What is the protection for the process?
Trade secret.
Okay, so it's not protected?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's check out your numbers.
Yep. So in the last 3 months, since we started, we made over $6,000 in sales. Upcycle over 260 kg worth of spent grains and diverting 1,100.
Can I understand how you arrived at the CO2 diverted?
Okay. So this so the whole operations is in Singapore, and Singapore has commissioned a case study with A-Star and Deloitte to look into the CO2 that are generated from various food streams itself, all the way from transportations and all. And that was where we plug in some of the numbers and consulted NEA, National Agency, National Environment.
Sorry, that's not
Agencies.
answering the question. Can I understand
Yes.
how
the numbers are?
Where
Yes.
did this derive from?
So the spent grains are used to substitute different the oats itself, and from
So
that
what's
we
substituting the animal feed?
Sorry?
So what's now substituting the animal feed?
So
Because what
it-
you've done is
yes.
you've diverted waste that could have been animal feed to your process, and then you've added another process. And yesterday we were talking about, what's the energy efficiencies or intensity of your process. Can we
Yes.
talk about that today?
Yes, we can.
All right, maybe I can take this question instead. So, right. So in this case, this is a general illustration of I would say the diversion of waste. But if you want the more in-depth breakdown of the environmental figures, let me bring you through the numbers. So maybe we can move to the slide. So next. So first thing that we want to establish is in the case in terms of Singapore is that we incinerate waste. So in this case, for wet waste, we have very low efficiency. Generally, they do not actually produce, I would say, as much energy, because most of the energy is used for drying instead. So in this case, we assume that it is the 2.5, which is the standard number of emissions. But if you account our environmental numbers now, it's actually looking optimistic, and we are looking to drive this down. So for now, when we actually transport the grains from the breweries to our facility, is approximately 1.43 kilowatts hour per kg. So this is the number that we derive from the model number of the vehicle that we match with the distance. So this is estimate because we don't have exact tools for that. But the next one is just the processing as well as the drying. That's the number 0.53 and 5.51. So this is calculated with a probe that measures the electricity output, and by kg is how much spent grains that have been processed during these processes. So 0.53 kilowatts hours is the energy required to process the grains, and 5.51 is the energy required to dry the grains. So now our emission figures is looking at positive 3.03 kg of GHG equivalent per kg of spent grains. So what we think why this is also exciting from this angle is because we are very close to the landfill numbers now.
But you need to take, I think the point being made is you got to take a really holistic view, all right? Imagine a situation where you're successful in taking all the spent grains and converting them into human consumption. That's awesome for the brewers. They're making a lot more money. What are the animals going to eat? There was an existing really nice little circular thing going on where spent grains were used for animals. Now you're diverting all of that to a higher value proposition for the brewer, great. A less tasty but higher protein proposition for me, maybe great, all right? But what about the poor animals? What are they eating now? And maybe it would be better in your presentation to focus on the stuff that's getting incinerated, which really is being wasted, rather than talking to us about the animals, because now you're taking food out of the mouth of animals, and I'm a big animal lover, so this is going in the wrong direction.
So, but that's the thing that actually Oatly did, and it got them into trouble as well. So we can always find synergy in terms of what kind of partners that we work with that are looking to actually be diverted in a different way, because there are enough ways to go around, and not all of them goes to animal feed for now. In fact, the producers...
That's the point I wanted to hear you make, all right? Is that what we're really trying to solve is the stuff that's getting incinerated, because there's already a really nice solution for part of the spent grains. The problem is the brewers are greedy, and the minute you come up with this solution, they're going to try and convert as much of their grain into a higher value product as possible. So this is just something you need to think about when you think about sustainability, in that there's a massive ripple effect that's not always totally obvious.
Okay, thank you very much, Robert. Thank you to all the judges, and thank you, the Moonbeam Co.
Thank you so much.
We'll be back with the last team, which is Customized Technologies from Singapore University of Technology and Design. Over to you again, Dean.
Okay, we're back now. We've just heard from the Moonbeam Company from the National University of Singapore, and I'm now joined by Araj, who is the founder of GrowTech, and he's also an alumnus of this competition. You actually won this competition in 2019.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you for having me, Dean. I think it was a great experience in 2019, and so happy to be here again.
Okay, and that when you won the competition, was that GrowTech or was that a previous
No, it
startup?
was another startup. We were trying to build a non-invasive glucose monitoring device for diabetes patients.
Okay.
But even though that didn't fly, I think I took a lot more back from the competition.
Yeah.
And yeah, that led me to GrowTech. So.
And what does GrowTech do?
Sure. So GrowTech is an e-commerce enabler. We basically work with SME merchants to help them scale quickly on marketplaces like Shopee and Lazada.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And so you've been here for the last 2.5 days, 3 days, hearing all the teams, sitting in, judging the teams. What has been your impression so far?
Fantastic. I think the competition is getting bigger and bigger every year. I think we have some amazing teams this year as well. They've come from far away. I saw some really teams from amazing schools as well that have joined this time. So I think it's credit to how well the competition has been going so far.
All right. So what's your take on the Moonbeam Company? It's some tough questions from the judges once again, trying to figure out what their business actually is.
Yeah. So I had a first-hand experience with the team because I was a judge in their first round. Truly, I believe the concept is great. I think they're converting waste and adding more value to it. So at the baseline, the fundamentals are fantastic. But I think what the team really needed to focus on today was, how do they go to market from where they are today, and being narrow on where they want to start from. And that's something that I advised them on early on as well, is that, choose a narrow space to start with, because even though your product may be great, but at the end of the day, you have to start from somewhere. So they should have chosen a smaller channel, a more focused channel. And I think they could have come out, doing much, much better.
So the judges kept kind of going back and forth. Are they a B2B product? Are they a technology, a processing technology? Are they a B2C product? As you say, what's the focus? Where are they?
Yeah, I think they should have focused on being a B2B play. I think that's what they believe they are, and that's what that should come out. and a technology that they've developed is a ways or a means to an end to basically do the B2B play. I think their granola is a bit of a distraction for most judges, but I think I understand where they're coming from there. As an entrepreneur, I think they want to make people try and taste a moon grain, and I think that's the only play for granola.
Right.
But I think their business is B2B, and they should focus on that.
You said it was a distraction. It was the sugar content really got the judges going, and it distracted from what they should have been focusing on, really.
Yeah. I mean, they should have taken the conversation to, how they've already sold the product in the market. They had some good traction on there, which not a lot of teams bring to the competition. So they should have taken the focus into what they've already done well, and pushed that across to the judges. I think that would have, really taken them
right.
past.
Currently, their best use cases, I think it said, was animal feed. Was that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and as you say, that distraction, one of the judges, as he said, sustainability is not just the environment, but health and well-being, and they got into the whole conversation about sugar and sugar content.
Yeah.
But as it always does, it comes down to financials. We've been saying that all morning here.
Yeah.
And the judges really zero in on the financials and on the value proposition. And what is your take on this team's value proposition?
Yeah, absolutely. See, I think that, end of the day, it has to be a cost-effective product for any business to buy it. And that's something that I advised them early on as well. Ideally, they should be getting the waste for free, right? So the processing cost should be low, and they should be able to match the ingredient cost today with whatever they are competing with. So I don't really know why they're priced higher, and I think that was a valid point. But I think if they figure that bit out, I think they'll be able to go far and long. So, yeah.
Well, what about the protection aspect? Because the judges were asking that, and that was one thing that really got them going a little bit as well, is that this team doesn't seem to have protection. They don't have patents. It's a trade secret. What's to stop somebody from coming in and taking it?
So my view on that is I don't think it's necessarily wrong. I think that, if you look at Coca-Cola today, it's not patented. Their solution's not patented. So I think if they play it well, it can be protected. The question is, how easily can it be replicated or tweaked by someone else? I don't know the answer to that. They do. But I think they can go on with that. But I think, I just want to make another point of here. I truly believe that if they can backward integrate, in the sense, if they can get a brewery as their investor, or possibly get one of the more sustainable food chain companies as a partner, I think that could solve a lot of the issues that the judges were talking about, even whether it's pricing, whether it's being differentiated, whether it's proof of concept. I think a lot of those could be solved through some good partnerships.
And you mentioned pricing. That was another thing that came up. I think Andrew called it, a potential money machine. But if your profit margin is that high, you're going to start to see the price of the resource that you're relying on at a very low price. You're going to see that price going up very quickly.
Yeah. So I think the best way to answer that question would be one of two. They should ideally lock in the price today with the brewery for the next 10 years, saying, we're sure of this, and we're going to be buying it at this particular price. So I think that could be one, and potentially getting them as an investor. But I think they have a bright future. So I wish them all the best.
Okay. All right, so a really interesting presentation from the Moonbeam company. Lots of back and forth again with the judges. We're down to one more team. The last team to present this morning will be Customized Technologies from Singapore University of Technology and Design. And it looks like we're ready to hear their presentation, so let's send it back to Kundrai.
All right, please take your seats. We are in the last team, which is Team Customized Technologies from Singapore University of Technology and Design. May I remind the judges that all the 6 finalists will be up here after this pitch, and they'll be stationed at their booth. So for you to give them feedback. Okay, just quick feedback before we go down to the 4th floor. All right, so please give a warm welcome to Team Customized Technologies. Okay, so let me remind you of the format for today. So you have 30 minutes altogether. After 5 minutes, it will become fully interactive. Okay, and then at 3 minutes before the end, you'll see this sign, and then 1 minute before the end. All right, and then after 30 minutes, that's it. All right, good. Okay, you want to test your mic?
Hello,
Okay.
test.
Yeah.
Jervis, test.
Test. Okay,
Great.
good. So we'll start the clock as soon as you begin. Good luck.
A very good afternoon, judges. I'm Abel, the CEO of Customize, and I'm joined here by Jervis, our lead product designer. Did you know that more than 180 million fractures occur every single year? And right now, we are still using the traditional plaster of Paris and fiberglass cast, options which are extremely uncomfortable, itchy, sweaty, makes it really difficult to shower for patients. Even doctors also find a lot of problems with it. They have to go through 10 over different steps, using 10 over different tools, all the while it being very difficult to monitor the healing progress. Additionally, for doctors and hospitals, they are trying to find ways to speed up their patient turnover and as well find more sustainable ways of operating. As currently, plaster of Paris cast, they have to use a lot of disposable tools. And lastly, for the payers such as insurers, they are always finding more cost-effective treatments to cover, which are lower in risk as well. So introducing Customize with our patented 4D printed casts. So for patients, our design is actually optimized for their comfort. They are much more comfortable, they can shower, and they have less healing complications. For doctors, our application is much easier, requiring just 3 steps, 1 tool, and our casts have self-molding, one-size-fits-all properties, which can mold itself to the patient's hand and hug it for an optimized fit. Next, for hospitals, we're extremely resource efficient. The time required is 3 times less. We are much lighter, 10 times lighter, and we are also a greener option as we are remoldable along the patient's healing journey as well. And lastly, for insurers, we are more cost effective, we require less manpower, less tools, and we are a safer modern option as well. Now allow me to present you a video of our cast. Jervis, please take it away.
So if you guys can refer to the video over here, the cast will start off rigid. And once it's applied to the water, of hot water or hot element for about 1 minute, it will then soften and ready for the practitioner to apply onto the patients. And during this time, the self-molding abilities of the cast will then activate and then will hug around the person's injury or the limb. So once this is done, there's an additional 1 minute time where the doctor is able to adjust to the person's hand, and regardless of the hand size, it's one size fits all, so it fits many people. So what will fit me will fit all of you guys. And so after 3 minutes, it will then be done. And also, we have gotten a lot of opportunity to test it out in the public, and we have gotten many good reviews based on people who haven't broken their arms, and also people who have broken their arms, such as Mr. Sid here, who's the CEO of Hungry Hub, and he gave us very good advices and also good feedback about our cast. So to protect our tech, we have actually fought for 2 PCTs, and we have been granted 1, which allows us to protect the use of our material, design, manufacturing methods, and utility of the 4D printing casting.
So against competitors, we are definitely superior to the conventional option. We are much more comfortable, much safer for them. At the same time, we are easier to use. And even against modern competitors such as 3D printed casts and curing-based casts, we overcome the logistical issues. For example, 3D printing, you have to scan each individual patient, and then there's a lead time for shipping as well. At the same time, we are more cost-effective compared to these modern options, and we are remoldable, and we can also be recycled into first aid kits. And all of the other options can only be a one-time use option as well. So for our product market fit validation, we have actually had ongoing product consultations with many hospitals around Asia Pacific. One of them, National Healthcare Group, was so impressed with us that they even wanted to start a co-development agreement with us. So we are meeting them on a bi-weekly basis. They are trying our cars, bringing it home, trying it on, giving us iterative design feedback to ensure a perfect product market fit. So for pre-revenue traction, as a new startup started last year, so we have gotten a few pre-revenue traction, for example, in the form of a clinical trial letter of interest, gotten a letter of interest from SCGC in terms of examining our product material, as well as an LI from the Indonesia Olympic Committee for first aid fracture treatments. So with this, we have an anticipated revenue within 3 months from NHG for a deposit for the first batch, as well as from Indonesia Olympic Committee for the first aid fracture treatment kits as well. So other than that, we have also attained several research grants, for example, from the National Research Foundation, that only funds technology recognized of significant national value, won several entrepreneurship competitions, and also gotten some invention awards in healthcare from the National Research Council of Thailand as well. So we have also recently closed a seed round of 400,000 USD, mainly from a healthcare ecosystem investor. So what gave them the confidence to invest is they took our product, they showed it to a lot of doctors from all over the world, got them positive validation, and so they are committing funds to us. So for our market size, we have about 6 billion market size, considering about 180 million fractures globally. For us, we are only targeting the leg and arm fractures in the Asia-Pacific region. Ultimately, we conservatively aim to capture 1.5% of this market by 2027, about 1 million fractures. So this figure, input in our business model of direct recurring sales to medical, military, and athletic organizations will allow us to earn a revenue about 35 million by 2027. So ultimately, we started this business to ensure healthcare accessibility to as many people as possible. So for this, we're actually recycling and salvaging the cars that we give to medical, military, and athletic organizations, and we actually remanufacture them into first aid kits meant for deployment into disaster regions and in less developed countries. As for disaster scenarios, actually 56% of all injuries are fractures during earthquakes, tornadoes. Yep. And all of this, when you translate it into business, can actually, and a salvage rate of about 50%, will help us to earn an additional revenue of about 487,000 to 4.9 million. So we have also, our business model was recently awarded at Top 6 at DTAC Awards, which actually was validated by the Prudence Foundation and the International Federation Red Cross as well.
Can I ask some? I just want to understand a little bit more about the product. So
Definitely.
It's a standardized cast that gets fitted as it's sort of warmed in the water and then shaped around the arm. So you don't need to do any scanning or, you know, it just basically just fits to the shape of the arm.
Exactly right. So thanks for saying that. So I can actually demonstrate it live to you. So Sini has kindly volunteered to be a patient for us, and Jervis will go ahead and actually.
Do we have to break her arm first? No. So let me ask another question.
Yes,
so when you
sure.
recycle it, when you're remanufacturing it into you're remanufacturing into a different type of cast?
So
or are you able to break it down and then?
So it'll be a really similar cast, just that what we'll do is that we'll clean it, we'll fix it, we'll apply a fresh new antibacterial coating on it, and then we'll package it with a one-time disposable heater as well to be used in first aid scenarios.
Okay, so you wouldn't repurpose it for the same facility because it's the product quality is degraded or it's used or whatever.
So in our test, we are able to use it about 500 times. It's able to be reformed and remade again. But for the purposes of healthcare accessibility, we're actually repurposing those casts that we save for these regions.
Could I just see the comparison again with the other modern technology, the 3D printed ones?
Definitely. So here it is. Yep. So if there's any factor you want to ask more questions about, I'll be happy to answer them as well.
I think this slide, you should actually go slower because you like rap. Like one of the key differences is that curing, each hospital needs to have a whole equipment, right?
So it depends on the curing type. So there are two types of curing now. There's light-based curing, which requires a very specialized UV light emitter, which is typically really expensive now. And the other type is a liquid-based curing, where you need separate packs of liquid to cure each cast. And all of them can only be used one time.
But you need other things.
Yes, you need other equipment. Yeah.
But have you included all of those other ancillary costs in this price comparison? Because, I'm looking at the difference between 30 and 35 bucks for some of the stuff that, with all due respect, looks much more professional.
Right.
Have you included all that other, the 3D printer, the scanner, the extra people, everything?
So you're right by saying that it's not fully accounted for. For example, for the curing-based cars, we are not accounting for the extra
You should
equipment
put that
needed.
there.
It's got to be in there, man.
Because if not, you don't look that great compared to them.
You're right. Thanks for the feedback. I'll definitely include that the next time. Yep.
You're much cheaper than those other solutions, and you're
Yeah.
not showing that you're much cheaper, and that's really prejudicing your case.
And I saw it has does it have a snap? Is that how it's closing?
Yep, so we actually use a clip now. So the clip allows it to be removed without any tools, put on without any tools as well.
And so one of the benefits of a traditional cast is that compliance is 100%. You don't get people messing around, taking it off, or anything like that. How do you deal with that?
So for that, our clips are actually really difficult for you to take off on your own. You could, but it requires a lot of effort. So it is kind of, we made it...
That's hard to believe.
You can try it out. So she can try to take it off herself. It's a little bit difficult to take off. And so you typically require an external person to help you take it off.
So can you go, are we done with product right now?
Yeah.
Can we go to financials and
Right.
distribution? I think you said you currently have a clinical trial going on now, and can you kind of talk about that a bit more?
So for the clinical trial-wise, it will actually start to happen after our, let me bring it to, so for the clinical trial, right, it will actually happen right after our co-development with the National Healthcare Group, which is set to end in about 3 months' time.
So currently now, no sales yet, right?
Currently, no sales, but we are fulfilling some of the LOIs, especially from the Indonesia Olympic Committee, as well as with the NHG, where we'll be fulfilling like a deposit for future cars for their first batch. Yeah.
But then they already kind of confirmed the price. That's why you said it that way.
Yes.
Okay,
So
but
we
they're
went-
just trying to prove the product right now.
You're
first.
right. So they're actually happy with the price. We actually went to them, and they are happy with the price point we're at. Yep.
And then in terms of getting the right certifications, what do you need? You mentioned you don't need a certain type. What's the certification that it's a...
So the kind of device that we use is a very non-invasive one. So it's a class 1 medical certification. That's the lowest level, the easiest one to get. So for us, typically we need kind of the technical data. So like the strength, the skin safety. So for that, we're all getting it through the co-development. And then we're just going through the clinical trials because this is the first time a 4D printed cast is going to the market. And with all that data, we just have to submit it to the HRA in Singapore. So then they'll give us the certification, and then we can duplicate that data across more countries in Asia Pacific and easily get the medical certification there as well.
And can we see the bigger plan of what's the revenue potential here?
Definitely. So if you want the full, so for us, the bigger plan, firstly, we will be developing, because right now we're starting the short arm cast. So in 2024, we'll be developing other limbs as well. For us, we're focusing now on the leg and arm, as well as for animal casts as well. So we're actually in talks with a vet professor from a university in Korea for us to co-develop one line in that as well. After that, we'll be adding modularity to our cast so that, for example, now it's just a short arm, but then it can be built upon like Lego to make it a long arm as well. And then we'll be doing that for the same for the long leg cast as well. And then for the long-term direction of our company, we want to actually exit our line of orthopedic casts to major pharmaceutical companies such as J&J, Stryker, and then we want to specialize in using our 4D printing IP to create other medical devices such as blood vessel stents, drug delivery mechanisms, as well as recently we were contacted by an eyewear brand from Italy. They want to explore making a 4D printed eyewear as well.
So can I ask, so is the... Which part is proprietary? Is it the actual printing process, or is it the material, or is it both?
So the printing process, right now for simplicity's sake, we're using a 3D printer, but we have patented the manufacturing process of our casts, which is able to exhibit 4D printed properties without actually using a 3D printer. And we've also patented the custom material blend that we're using.
Okay, so it sounds like it's mostly the material that goes into the cast itself.
The material as well as the design. So actually the geometries of our cast actually help lend its properties as well.
I see.
Yeah.
So what's the revenue in like, I don't know, at exit, or what's your revenue forecast?
Right, so the revenue forecast is... Right, so this is actually the overall revenue forecast. So right now we have forecasted to sell it at by 2027. So realistically, we can only do like a 5-year revenue forecast, which is why we have predicted to earn a revenue of about 25 million by 2027. And then all in all, net income after taxes is about 17 million.
So you say you have $21 million in cash in 2027?
So that's in terms of current assets. This is a more simplistic way of laying out our assets. But definitely we'll be thinking of how else we can commit our cash reserves as well.
I mean, one line item that seems to be missing, talk about your channel strategy. This looks like you're selling it all directly because you seem to be losing no distribution margin paying someone to distribute. And a business in this sector, which is fundamentally medical devices, earning a 50% net profit margin is really unrealistic and unbelievable. So where is the distribution costs that come out of your financial plan?
Right. So I think for different countries, the distributorship is really different. For example, from Singapore itself, we are talking with key procurement personnel, and we're actually looking at medical device distributors. So all of this mainly will be leveraging on our key healthcare investor right now. So they have connections with a lot of doctors. So we are trying to cut out distributorship as much as possible, which is why we are leveraging on the doctors already in the healthcare ecosystem to test our products directly.
So at the moment, your strategy is more a direct sales strategy.
Right, yeah.
Okay,
But
that's not going to work for a product like this.
So I understand. So there is a little bit of room for us to continue developing and thinking about things like master distributorship agreements. So I think our financial forecast is still an evolving thing that we are definitely learning more and more about.
You mean your financial forecast is wrong?
I wouldn't say it's wrong. I would just say
it's
that
evolving.
it's
Like tomorrow, it's going to be different from today.
I would say as we get more.
Let's go back to this for just a second, because I think Robert's point is there's a lot of cost involved in this that has to be distributed to the different people involved. And so just so we understand, what is the profit margin that you're expecting? Let's say you're going to have revenue of 24 million in 2027, and you're going to have a net profit of 19 million? 17 million?
Yes.
Impossible.
Right. So I would say that we are still factoring more information. So I would definitely say that it's not the most optimal financial forecast. As we get more information on how the medical device distributorship is more like in other regions, then we will begin to factor that in as well. Yeah.
So it's really an underestimation of cost, I suspect.
Right. So right now the overall COGS is about the margin is about 100%, according to the cost of the cast itself.
But let me just paint you a quick picture.
Yep.
All right, looking at your numbers. Look at year 2027, right? Imagine you don't reduce your cost of goods sold by 66%, and it's still $12, right? You'll only make $12 million of profit, not whatever your gross margin is there, which is something like 21, right? If you then build in another 30% or 35% for distribution costs, all right, what you will find is that your bottom line number will be sort of break even, maybe a little bit of money. So these are really, really misstated in terms of the opportunity.
Right. All right.
Am I wrong, Andrew?
I think you're correct. Is there no financial person on your team?
For me, I'm doing all the finances right now. So yeah, I have a lot of.
So I would say that if you hit the targets that you're talking about,
right.
And you can produce, let's say, I don't know, let's just say $3 million in the 2027. That would be a great success, really, and not 17 million. So that's something that that's a little bit worrying. But anyways.
Yep, so I would say to add on more to the COGS, so we are definitely reducing it through our operational plan to scale up. So let me go back to that. So right now, we are doing more small-scale production in our lab, capacity about 10 per day, and we have already raised funds for the medium-scale production for small order fulfillment. And
you raised funds?
Sorry?
You said you raised funds?
Oh yeah, we raised
from
about
who?
From
who? From who?
It's a healthcare investor. So for now,
did they see your numbers?
So yeah, so for now they have not. They're going to publish like a whole PR article thing, so we aren't able to.
They did push the cash in though.
Yes.
With those numbers.
Yeah.
So I feel less confident about your first investor.
Okay, yeah, I think mainly they are prioritizing more on the product validation first, and then they'll work on the business modeling. So they are very happy with the cast where they send it to doctors, and they know that people will want it. So the business modeling wise, financials, they know that it's a key opportunity for us to improve. And for us, we are definitely trying to improve ourselves every single day as well. So yeah, to move on to our operational scaling plan. So right now with the margin of 100 to 120%, we can generate that with our desktop injection molder. And thereafter, we'll be going to a large scale fulfillment where we can be producing about 1,000 a day. And then this margin will be about 300 to 800%. And we will need about 1 to 2 million. And we are currently working out what the optimal manufacturing setup would be like in either Korea or Malaysia, and we are discussing that with them as well.
Again, you really need a finance person, right? Because if it costs you 25 to make, and if it costs you 12 to make, and you sell for 25, your margin is 50%, not 100 to 120%. Okay?
Right.
So you need a finance guy who actually understands this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Woman. Yes.
Right, so right now, maybe I'll touch a little bit on the sustainability of our cars. So right now, our cars is made of 75% sustainable bioplastics based on corn-based materials, as well as based on lignin, which is a part of a tree as well. And we eliminate a lot of disposable tools, no need for bandages, stockinettes, tapes, and all in all, we remove about 800 grams of unrecyclable waste per cast. Yeah, when they use our cast instead. At the same time, we are actually remoldable as well along the patient's healing journey. We only need to use one cast. And lastly, we are actually be able to convert it into first aid cast, and that will help us to save more lives while saving the earth as well. And all in all, we anticipate to heal 500,000 fractures on an accessible basis based on the remanufacturing process.
Can you, so how many times can you reuse the cast?
So we can actually do the remolding process for quite a lot of times, so about 100 to 120. Yeah.
Okay, versus a normal cast, which would go into the landfill
normal
right
cast
after.
is like one, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Recommended is only twice.
Yeah, so I would say that recommended it's only twice for now, because we cannot be super sure of the structural integrity to last beyond that. And also, no, twice as in twice for different patients. So that is more for but when it's the same patient, they can keep using it, yeah.
Right, but you're asking from a sustainability angle, right?
Yeah, no, but again, if you're reusing it at least once, it's better than plaster. And if you're reducing the weight, then it's less material decomposing. And if it's more natural based, then yeah, I'm just trying to get a scope. I mean,
it's not hundreds of times; it's twice.
Well, you do it twice; it's still a lot better than.
Understood, but it's not 100, right?
I would say that we'll definitely aim to be using it more and more, but right now we want to be conservative because this has to do with someone's health as well. So we want to improve the material, the antibacterial coating, and everything. But right now we are only able to reliably say twice or thrice at most. Yeah.
Have you? One thing I didn't quite understand, we went through the costing, but using this will ultimately reduce the cost of the procedure to the patient, right? Or not?
So for this, we are not able to set the prices for the patients. Ultimately, it's the hospitals that set it. It's the insurance agencies that choose how much to...
Well, that's why I ask, because getting this covered by insurance is obviously an essential part to really scaling its distribution and acceptance. Will it end up being something that benefits the insurers because the procedure will be cheaper for them to pay for?
Right, so I would say ultimately it depends on the cost of labor. So in more developed countries such as Singapore and Korea, the amount of healthcare labor saved is definitely makes a lot of sense, and that is why they would choose to cover our cost. Yeah.
Okay, so that's a point I hadn't understood before.
Yeah.
The technology is much less technology uses less technology because it doesn't use the scanners and the agents and things, but it is more labor intensive than the other methodologies.
It is not more labor intensive. It's actually much easier. Like you saw, we were able to apply a cast on scene just immediately. So typically,
so why wouldn't it work just as well in the US or other markets where labor costs are higher?
So it would definitely work in the US, but for us, since like we are a young startup company, we want to be established in our home ground first. And more or less is because a lot of the other modern competitors, even though we are more superior, they still already have a market share in the US, in Europe as well. So right now we want to conquer the home ground first before proceeding on to a more foreign aspect. Yeah, but those places are definitely on our radar.
In terms of applying the cast and removing the cast, presumably it takes a lot less like technical capability to be able to do that, correct? The reason why I'm asked is because, and again, this is not, I'm kind of going off on a tangent because I'm thinking about markets where access to healthcare is quite poor. So I'm thinking of like rural clinics in Africa where you may not have trained physicians, but if someone just knows how to heat the thing up and then put it on and snap it together, then you wouldn't necessarily need someone that's got a 4-year degree from like Harvard Medical School.
Right. I'm glad you brought this up because of our materials, our cast self-molding properties. It'll actually adjust with the optimal pressure needed because now often case, nurses can apply cast to be either too tight or too loose, so which causes a lot of problems such as compartment syndrome, or you have to do everything all over again. It actually makes the healing process worse. So yes, actually in less developed countries, because our cast already is kind of self-guided, the reliability of application in places with less healthcare infrastructure is actually better as well. Yeah. So maybe now I'll introduce you to our team. So right now, our team has actually been named in the Forbes 30 Under 30 list this year in healthcare and science, and we are blessed to have a synergistic combination of business, biomedical engineering, mechanical engineering, architecture, as well as design. And we have a committed team in terms of product design, business, as well as software as well. And we are blessed to have a very nice board of advisors helping us with our product development, business development, gathering investments, planning out our cap table, as well as formulating our manufacturing process, and of course, getting us more connections in the healthcare space as well. Yep. So what's next for us is that right now we are currently seeking for connections to the healthcare ecosystem in Thailand, as well as in other Pacific areas of the Asia-Pacific region, and we'll be preparing for a fundraising round, a pre-A series round of about 2.5 mil USD, mainly focused for our mass manufacturing and sales procurement as well. So yeah, maybe I can dive a bit to our go-to-market strategy. So as mentioned, we will be targeting first with Singapore and Korea as well, as we have already set up a few staff there.
Who manufactures the material for you? You have your own facility, or you use an OEM, or what?
So right now, we actually created our own device to mix the materials that we need. Yep. So right now, that's why the capacity is really small, but we are in talks with some other manufacturers to actually produce parts of our material so that we end up combining it ourselves. So it helps us protect our trade secret as well.
But will you ultimately require, I mean, it looks like somewhere you ultimately require some capex of $2 million to build a facility.
Right.
Okay. But that's an intermediate processing facility, not the whole thing.
So the intermediate processing facility is also something that we can do internally, which consists of a lot of home desktop injection molders. So after that, we'll be going to the large scale, which is, as you mentioned, the one where it's meant for large order fulfillment.
And if you go to China, let's say that there's going to be somebody copying it, some competitors. One of the things that I'm kind of concerned about is that it's kind of a bland product. There's no way for the doctor necessarily to differentiate or for people to really see it as something different. Is there any differentiator that you can think of?
So besides having the patents for both the design, manufacturing method, as well as the use of 4D printing itself in casting, For us, what we can do is that we can actually increase the brand recognition of our cars. We can easily modify the look of it. And in the future, that can serve as a future revenue stream as well by offering customized design if they require it. Yeah.
And if, let's just say that you got approval to be used, let's say, 5 times. Can you add some sort of dyeing or something like that so that as it's been put in water 5 times, it can be seen that it's now expired or something like that?
I think that's a really good idea. So right now we haven't implemented that yet, but we'll definitely look into that after this presentation. Yep. Thank you.
I have a question on the solution, the material that you make that you have an IP on. How easily copyable is that? Like, maybe it's not exactly, but if somebody else tried to put together some kind of their own blend, like how easy is that?
I would say it would require quite a lot of trial and error, especially because the kind of materials we use are not commonly used. For example, we use a lot of lignin-based materials that nobody actually ever works with it. And so I would say that maybe...
Now they will.
Sorry?
Now they will.
They can try, but the way we process it is a little bit different as well.
And they can go through a lot of it. It's amazing how many iterations the competitors will go through.
So, which is why for now our focus is actually to flood the market and become the new focus, the new standard of fracture treatment.
I have to cut you off there. Time is up. Thank you very much, Customized Technologies.
Thank you so much.
So for the judges, once you've done the scoring, the team will be stationed at their booth. I think all of them will be on that side. All right, so just give them quick feedbacks before we go down to the 4th floor for the deliberations. So the announcement of the winner of the SCG Bangkok Business Challenge at Sasin 2023 Global Round will be done at 3:30 p.m. here at Sasin and also online. So from myself, thank you very much all for listening to all the 6 pitches, and I'll see you at 3:30 for the award ceremony. Thank you.
Okay, we've just heard from our last team, the customized technologies from the Singapore University of Technology and Design, and I'm joined once again by Araj, the founder of GrowTech. So what did you think of that last team?
I think great product, a lot of innovation. So I think as a product, they were amazing.
Yeah.
I think there was some gap in their financials. But I think otherwise, great team, and it's definitely a clear market for them.
Yeah, definitely. As somebody who has broken his wrist before and had to endure an old-fashioned cast, that cast looks like it's very much more comfortable than the other ones, right?
Absolutely, it seemed really breathable, with the design. So I think that's a great element to it.
Right. As you said, the judges kind of honed in on the financials again. And this is a running theme throughout the morning, is always about the financials. Yeah. But is that enough to bring a team down? If their financials are not perfect, is that, cause them to drop down in the rankings a little bit?
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think you need to have a good handle on your finances, especially if you're looking to raise funds from a VC. VCs tend to be more financially crude, and so you really should be on top of everything. Having said that, I think it's also natural for an entrepreneur to not be so well-rounded in every aspect of the business. I think it's okay to keep learning and be open to receiving that feedback and criticism. Yeah. So I think they did that. So I think that they could come out well.
Well, as you say, in the real world, as a VC, if they see potential for a product, even if the marketing or the financials or one aspect or 2 aspects of the plan are not perfect, they're going to want to get involved, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And being an entrepreneur myself, when you're starting out as a founder, you're often very lonely. It's just you and possibly a co-founder. Right. But and VCs know as teams grow, you have the ability to employ experts from different areas of your business, because end of the day, it's you're as good as your team. So I think that if they're able to prove their mettle on other factors significantly more than just one, I think VCs would look at them favorably.
Okay, very good. So this was the last team of the day. We've been through 6 presentations from our 6 finalists. We don't know, the judges are going to deliberate now, but give us a summary of the morning. What did you see up there? Lots of sustainable products, lots of products, hopefully that have big impact. What do you see? What's your take on the morning?
Yeah. So I think all of the teams were really good. I think they brought something unique to the table and to the competition. I didn't see a lot of overlap or them going after a similar product or a market, which is great. I think sustainability definitely was a massive part of not just the final, but I think the entire competition. And I think what I saw differently compared to the past years is that sustainability was not a byproduct. It was a core of most of the businesses, which I think is great to see, because I think all businesses, whoever big or small, have to go on the sustainability channel. So I think that was great to see.
Okay. Any predictions for the winner?
I have a soft corner because I've been mentoring a team.
Right.
So I definitely have a soft corner for Washwagon. But I think, all the teams did perform well. There were some large impact ideas. So, you never know. I think at the end of the day, it depends on not only how good your business is, but how well you demonstrated your business to the judges. And I think there's an extremely high caliber of judges out there, just like every year, as you saw with the questions and the grilling. So yeah, it really depends on what the judges picked up and how the teams portrayed themselves.
Absolutely. Well, you never know, and we will know in a few hours. The judges are going to deliberate from now over lunch, in fact, and they will be coming back with a winner later this afternoon. We have the royal ceremony at 3 o'clock. So follow on social media. It won't be live, but you will see the announcement fairly soon after it's made here at Sasin School of Management. I just want to thank Araj for joining me for the last two sessions. Finally, also, we have to thank our co-host for this competition, SCG Chemicals, our 60-second pitch sponsor, which was Capricorn Bank, and our contributing partner, Thai Nam Tip, and of course, our 2 community partners, Singapore Management University's Institute of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, and Hello Tomorrow Asia Pacific. And of course, to all of the teams, the competitors, the mentors, advisors, the judges, and the organizers, thank you for putting on another great competition for the SCG Bangkok Business Challenge at Sasin 2023. So my name is Dean Outerson. Thank you for joining us this morning, and have a great day, and stay tuned to Sasin's social media to see who the winner is later today. Have a great day.